Welcome back. Good morning. We're going to wait for everyone to join.
Let's heal the planet with pure soul's love, 'cause everything can resolve in pure soul's love.
Let's heal the planet with pure soul's love, 'cause everything can resolve in pure soul's love.
This planet is my soul's love. My need for this planet is my soul's love.
Let's heal the planet with joy, love and light, 'cause everything can resolve in joy, love and light.
Let's heal the planet with joy, love and light, 'cause everything can resolve in joy, love and light.
This planet is my soul's love. My need for this planet is my soul's love.
Let's heal the hurt with pure soul's love, 'cause hurt can resolve in pure soul's love.
Let's heal the hurt with pure soul's love, 'cause hurt can resolve with pure soul's love.
The hurt is my soul's love. My need to feel hurt is my soul's love. My resistance to let go of this hurt is my soul's love.
Let's heal our ego with joy, love and light, 'cause ego can resolve with joy, love and light.
Let's heal our ego with joy, love and light, 'cause ego can resolve with joy, love and light.
My ego is my soul's love. My need for this ego is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of the ego is my soul's love.
Let's heal the guilt with pure soul's love, 'cause guilt can resolve with pure soul's love.
Let's heal the guilt with pure soul's love, 'cause guilt can resolve with pure soul's love.
My guilt is my soul's love. My need to feel guilty is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of my guilt is my soul's love.
Let's heal the anger with pure soul's love, 'cause anger can resolve pure soul's love.
Let's heal the anger with joy, love and light, 'cause anger can resolve with joy, love and light.
My anger is my soul's love. My need for this anger is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of this anger is my soul's love.
We heal the finance with pure soul's love, 'cause finances can resolve pure soul's love.
We heal our finances with joy, love and light. Finances can resolve with joy, love and light.
Finances are my soul's love. My need for financial difficulties is my soul's love. My resistance to let go of the financial difficulties is my soul's love.
We heal emotions with pure soul's love. Emotions can resolve in pure soul.
Over to you, Sienna.
Okay, thank you, Atman.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning and hello to everyone. Thank you all for joining in, and we are looking forward to having you all participate in our Emotional Wellness Summit today. We are now having our first speaker of the day, Dr. V.L. Shyam, with us. He has remarkable academic qualifications, an MD, MPhil gold medalist from Mahatma Gandhi University. And I'll have to read out his very impressive list of achievements, which are to his credit. He's the medical director of Dr. Shyam's Ayurvedic Center in UAE, the managing director of Natural Wellbeing UAE, the CEO of Vaidyashala UAE, managing director, Back to Roots here in India. He was the first Ayurvedic practitioner licensed by the Ministry of Health in 2002. With extensive experience in Ayurveda spanned across 20 countries. He has successfully implemented over 60 Ayurveda and wellness projects, a columnist on Ayurveda and well-being for 15 years, with over 1,000 columns, He is a recipient of several awards, the Sheikh Zayed International Award for Traditional Complementary and Alternative Medicine, the Ministry of Health Award 2019, Health Excellence Award 2018, 2017, Spa Person of the Year Hotelier Middle East Award 2007. He's also a member of the International Expert Consultation Meeting 2019, General Secretary, International Ayush Conference, Dubai 2017. I hope I haven't forgotten anything, but a warm welcome to you, Dr. Shyam. And we look forward to your sharing on Ayurveda for emotional wellness. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Deeta, for giving me this opportunity. It's certainly an honor and pleasure, to talk about Ayurveda. And if there is any comments in between, or if there is any questions in between, please put it in the chat box. I will not be presenting with any PowerPoint slides. Rather, I wish to talk about the subject. So, see, first of all, Ayurveda, it has a well-developed branch of psychiatry named as Bhuta Vidya. But one might not find, a branch of psychology in Ayurveda. So you might sometimes, wonder about my eligibility to talk in a wellness summit or wellness seminar, being an Ayurvedic doctor. However, though Ayurveda do not have a branch of psychology, the whole Ayurveda is about psychology. The whole Ayurveda is about the self-care. Ayurveda is about the primary care. Ayurveda is about the secondary care. And Ayurveda is about the tertiary care of the mind-body axis. So I would say the whole Ayurveda, it's about the emotional and mental health. I'll tell you an example. Ayurveda might not be talking about or detailing about the meditation, for example. But Ayurveda details in depth about the sleep, the physiology of the sleep, and the different pathological conditions which can be related to the sleep. And I'm sure that you are very well aware that, meditation and sleep, that is, there is a lot of resemblance, in between. Sleep, it is an unconscious process of the detachment of sensory perceptions and the sensory organs from the mind. While meditation, it is a conscious process of detachment of sensory organs and the sensory perceptions from the mind. So we Ayurvedic people say, one who cannot sleep well cannot meditate also. Because sleeping with awareness is meditation. And meditation improves the quality of the sleep, and sleep improves the quality of meditation also. So Ayurveda is, very much detailed into mental health and emotional health. Let me start with, the definition of Ayurveda. As you all might be familiar, the term Ayurveda, it is formed by the combination of two words. Ayu, meaning life, that may not be the exact translation, and Veda means knowledge. So the literal meaning of the word Ayurveda is, it is the knowledge of life. Now let's understand, what is this Ayu, which is translated into the life. Ayu, according to Ayurveda, it is a combination of senses, body, mind, and the soul. So Ayu, according to Ayurveda, it is a combination of body, mind, sensory organs, and the soul. Textbook says, Sharira, Indriya, Sattva, Atma, Samyoga. Body, sensory organs, mind, and the soul. So Ayurveda is not just limited to the body or to the physical symptoms, but also gives a comprehensive knowledge about the emotional health, about the mental health, and about the spiritual health. The word Ayu in Sanskrit, it has a meaning like, Gadau. That means, which transforms and which moves. So Ayu is something, which is moving to its destruction. That is another meaning. A synonym of Ayu is Sharira. That means, which constantly undergoes destruction is Sharira. So Ayurveda, from the word itself, is giving us a warning that life is not eternal. So Ayurveda is the knowledge of this life which will get destroyed. That is the word meaning of Ayurveda. We all know that, we live in a world where mental diseases are the leading cause of global diseases and global ill health. About some of the statistics, it says almost about 40% of the private employees in India, they suffer from some kind of depression or anxiety disorders. And there is huge, economic loss also, which is happening due to mental sickness across the world. And the statistic says, India accounts for 36% of the suicides which is happening globally. And the irony is that India has a great wisdom on mental health, which is theorized by Ayurveda or yoga. And on the other side, 36% of the suicides happening globally is from India. However, 2/3 of the mental diseases do not access the medical health due to stigma, due to neglect, and due to lack of awareness. Because once a person goes to a psychiatrist, he or she, will get a stain or get a blemish. So the institutionalized mental disease care, it might not be the right way. The mental health, it has to be brought to the level of primary care or to the level of self-care. And several countries even do not have a mental policy, do not have, mental care health programs. And in several countries, the budget allocation for mental health might be, 1% or less than 1%. There is lack of experts. Many countries have, very limited experts and limited beds, because there is a focus on body health rather than the mental health. While the authentic textbooks of Ayurveda, for example, if I quote a verse from the well-celebrated Ayurvedic books named Ashtanga Hridaya, it starts with a slogan: Ragadi Rogan Sadatan Anushaktan Asheshagaya Prasrutan Asheshan Autsukya Moha Aratiran Jakhana Yo Apurva Vaidyaya Namostu Tasmai. It's in Sanskrit. So the meaning is salutation to the unique and rare physician who has destroyed without any residue all the diseases like raga. Raga means attachment. So salutation to that rare physician who has destroyed without any residue all the diseases which are starting with raga. That is attachment, detachment, lust, anger, greed, false ego, competition, which are constantly associated with the body, which is spread all over the body, giving rise to diseases, delusion, and restlessness. That is the meaning of this, the first sloka of Ashtanga Hridaya. These emotions, the raga, etc., they are otherwise called the enemies of the true self or the enemies of the soul. And according to Ayurveda and the Indian philosophies, these are the fundamental tenets of the Kali Yuga. That is kama, or the desire for sensual pleasure, anger, greed, attachment, the false ego, or mada or ahamkara, we call it like, and partiality or competition. These are the 6 enemies of the true self. According to the scriptures, these emotions, they bind the soul to the cycle of birth and death and keep it confined to this material world, or confines to Maya. So according to Ayurveda, these emotions are constantly associated with the body. As per the sloka, these emotions are constantly associated with the body. And here, the body has a different meaning. And these emotions, they are spread all over the body, and they gives rise to delusion and diseases. So according to Ayurveda, all the diseases are due to raga, or all the diseases are due to attachment. So this raga, dvesha, lobha, moha, mada, malsarya, the emotions, which I have mentioned. And the instability, it affects the prajna, or it affects the intellect. The emotional turbulence, they hijack the mind. That is what even, the Bhagavad Gita says. It says, Sangat samjayade kamaha. So, the meaning is, when, a person is constantly contemplating on the objects of the senses, a person will develop, attachment to them. And from the attachment, it brings the kama, or the desire. And from the unfulfillment of the desires originates anger. Kamat krodho abhijayade. And krodhat bhavati sammoha. From the anger arises delusion. From the moha, or from the delusion, smriti bhramshaha, smriti vibhramshaha. That is a confusion of the memory, from which it leads to the loss of prajna, and then goes to the complete ruin. So that is the meaning of this verse in Bhagavad Gita. So if I quote, Bhagavad Gita again, the body is the chariot, and the Atma is its owner. Buddhi is the driver. The mind is its reins. The Indriyas are the horses pulling the chariot. That is, the objects of the taste, the touch, etc. They are its path. So thus, the Atma uses the Indriyas, or the soul uses the sense organs as a means to enjoy the worldly pleasures. So here, you can see that the owner, or the charioteer, he or she is separate from the chariot. He is separate from the driver. He is separate from the horses. He or she is separate from the reins, from the path, and from everything else. So he is called the master of the chariot. Similarly, this Atma is totally different from the body. Atma is totally different from the sense organs. Soul is different from the mind and the other things, because it is the master. It is the head of them. See, according to Ayurveda, the emotions and the mind, it cannot be separated from the body, because body and mind, it is a continuum. Same like, heat and cold. You cannot say where heat ends and where the cold starts. So here comes, very important question. And this question, it is a limitation of the modern psychiatry and the modern psychology. Or for example, you look at the challenges of the psychiatric medicine. Look at the side effects of the psychiatric medicines. Look at the dependence of these psychiatric medicines. Look at the tolerance one might develop to the psychiatric medicines and the loss of efficiency. Because the modern psychiatric medicines, they work at the plane of the body. They work at the level of the physique. There are psychiatric medicines which are inhibitors, which are antagonistics, which are tranquilizers, or which activate the brain. Because the modern psychiatry do not consider the concept of mind and do not consider the concept of the soul. The focus is on the physique. Now, even if I agree to the concept that there is a mind, now there is a question, where is this mind? Is it in the heart? Is it in the brain? Is it a structure which we can perceive with our sensory organs? When we do not know what is this mind and where is the mind, how will we treat the mind? This is the issue. Because mind is not in the brain. Mind is not in your lungs. Mind is not in your heart. Maybe you can say there is a mind in every cell. That is why Ayurveda say the mind, it cannot be separated from the body. It is a continuum. And if I quote, Charaka Samhita, an authority textbook of Ayurveda, mind is considered as the sixth sense organ. It is considered as a dual sense organ. Give me a minute, if there is any comments. How much time do I have?
Until 9 o'clock, Dr. Shyam.
10 minutes plus minus will be okay because next program is at 9:15.
Right.
Yeah, no problem.
So mind, according to Charaka Samhita, is considered as the sixth sense organs. So now there can be another question. What is the proof of existence of mind as a sense organ? Because sometimes one understands the things and sometimes, a person does not understand the thing. So this proves the existence of the mind as a separate sense organ. That is why when there is no contact of the mind with the sensory organs to their objects, no understanding of the things can occur. So it is only when the required mental contact is there, then one can understand the things. There is again, a sloka in Gita. It says, Chakshuhu pashyadi rupani manasa natu chakshusha. Eye sees objects with the help of mind. Manaso vyagule chakshuhu pashyanyapi napashyadi. That means if the mind is absent, you are seeing but not seeing. So these are the reasons, why which we can think mind is a sense organ and mind exists. So when you look at the objects of the mind, see, Ayurveda says manas, and mind may not be the exact translation. So the objects of the mind or the manas are the things which requiring thought, consideration, hypothesis, attention, or whatever it can be perceived by the mind are regarded as the objects of the mind. So the control of the sense organs, self-restraint, hypothesis, consideration, they represent the action of the mind. And beyond that, flourishes the domain and the intellect. So the objects are perceived with the help of the sense organs and the mind. And this perception is purely mental in the beginning, while the practical advantages or disadvantages are ascertained thereafter. So it is the intellect which determines the specific property of that object and then impels the individual to speak or act intelligently. So here you can see that the mind is playing a role between the sense organ. The mind is playing a role between the body and the buddhi. Mind is playing a role between the sense organs and the atma or the soul, and buddhi or intellect is considered as a quality of the atma. So here, you can see two perspectives of the mind. The mind which is interfacing with the body, or the mind which is interfacing with the soul. So it is called Indriya Yukta Manaha, the mind attached with the sensory pleasures, or the mind attached with the body. And the other aspect, Atma Yukta Manaha, that means, the mind which is attached with the Atma. See, we were talking about, the sleep and meditation. So sleep, it is a time when the mind detaches from the body. Sleep is a time when the mind detaches from the sensory perceptions. See, sleep is very important. Sleep repairs. And timely sleep is very important as per Ayurveda. Ayurveda says, sleep at improper time, excess sleep, and lack of sleep, all these three, it destroys the health. See, Ayurveda says, one should wake up in the Brahma Muhurta, that is in the early morning, that is between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. is considered as the Brahma Muhurta. This Brahma Muhurta, it has another synonym. It is called Saraswati Yama. One Yama means 3 hours. No, one Yama means 4 hours. So the time period between 2 a.m. and the 6 a.m., it is called Saraswati Yama. I used to think that, waking up in the Brahma Muhurta, it will improve the physical health. But actually it is wrong. Waking up in the Brahma Muhurta improves one's mental health. The word meaning is, expansion of the sattva. It takes place in the Brahma Muhurta. And the yama previous to that, the 4 hours previous to that, it is otherwise called Kali Yama. We know that, Kali, it is a goddess of, which is dark in color. And you might also, correlate, with the melatonin hormone. It is called as dark hormone. See, we need to remember that, we have a circadian rhythm which is happening in the body. And there are release of hormones, or difference in the physiology which is happening during this day cycle and the night cycle. So according to Ayurveda, the best way to stay healthy is to follow the circadian rhythm. Now, coming back to the topic, the World Health Organization gives a beautiful definition on mental health. WHO says, a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities. A state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities. It can cope up with the normal stresses. It can cope up with the adverse and the traumatic situations of the life. and a person who can work productively and fruitfully, and a person is able to make a contribution to his or her community, is called as mentally healthy. But when you're looking at the Ayurvedic definition for mental health, as theorized by Patanjali or as theorized by Charaka, it reflects, much more deeper wisdom. So it is talking about, the concept of the sensory organs, mind, and the soul. I'm surprised of, the multiple and expanded meaning of mental health as theorized by Patanjali or Charaka. I'm not sure you might be familiar about a term named swastha. Swastha, it is used to denote health. There is a definition which is given for swastha. It says, prasanna atma indriya manaha. So the bliss of the soul, the sensory organs, and the mind is called as swastha. So we previously mentioned about, the two perspectives, that is the atma yukta manaha and indriya yukta manaha. So here it is talking about the atma yukta manaha is called ananda. It's not sukha, because sukha is always, associated with dukkha. And there is another meaning of swastha, which means swe tishtadi, swasmin tishtadi. That means, established in the self is swastha. So established in the self, that is understanding about the ahamkara, is the prasannata of the atma, indriya, and mana. There is a question on shall I take the questions at the end, or should I address it right now?
If you wish. If you want, I can read questions later and you can answer them later.
Because it might interfere, the flow.
Yes, go ahead with the flow and we can talk.
Right. See, if I try to analyze, the different definitions of the mental health. Previously, I mentioned, it includes the physical, mental, and the spiritual domain of the human experience. And the mind and body, it is a continuum. See, we know that our body has a mechanism to produce several chemicals which can make us happy, or which can make us in ananda, or which can make us in bliss. We know that some people, they sought on drugs to go high. But actually, we don't need to take drugs to go high. Our body can produce them. You should read, about the endogenous cannabinoids, which is otherwise called endocannabinoids, which are naturally occurring neurotransmitters in the body. So you don't need to depend on the cannabis. So neurotransmitters, they are some chemical messengers in the body that can send signal between the nerve cells. So these endocannabinoids, they help with various body functions, and which has another name called anandamide. See, it's again, coming to the same name, Ananda, a Sanskrit name. And I mentioned this Ananda, it goes beyond the Sukha. And our body has the ability to produce Ananda if lived properly. Another definition for mental health is the balance of three doshas. according to Ayurveda, the entire physiology of the human body and the mind, it is performed by 3 doshas, which is called Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, they are just names given to a set of qualities. They are the names given to a set of functions. So according to this concept, Vata governs all the movements in the body and in the mind. So you blink your eyes, your lungs breathe, heart pump, bowels move, conduction of nervous impulses from the brain, sensory pathways, movements in the mind, and how the mind, is connected with the sense organs, and how the sense organs are connected with the sensory objects. All these movements which is happening in the body and mind, it is governed by Vata. And Pitta governs all sort of transformations in the body, like food getting digested inside the mouth, or food getting digested inside the stomach, or a sound signal getting transformed into a nerve signal. Any kind of transformation is done by Pitta. And Kapha is responsible for functions like lubrication, growth, some of the immune functions, etc. So for example, if you look at the physiology of eating food, the chewing of the food, it is governed by Vata. The digestion by the saliva inside the mouth, it is a Pitta function. The lubrication of the food, it is a Kapha function. Swallowing is Vata. Digestion by the gastric enzyme inside the stomach is Pitta. Protection of the stomach lining and the regeneration of the mucous membrane, it is Kapha. If you look at another physiology of seeing things, focusing of the lens, it's a movement which is done by Vata. A light signal falling in the retina, getting converted to a nerve signal, can be considered as a Pitta function. Lubrication of the eyes, it is a Kapha function. Movement through the optic nerve, it is a Vata function. So the entire physiology of the human body and the human mind, it is explained by the concept of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And Ayurveda say Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, they are not only the physiological or functional components of the body, they govern the functions of the mind also. So according to Ayurveda, the mind has 5 doshas, that is Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Rajas, and Tamas. Sattva cannot be called as a dosha because it is coming with a lot of positive qualities. So the body has 3 doshas, that is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, while the mind has 5 doshas, that is Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Rajas, and Tamas. So Ayurveda deals with the physical or mental illnesses which are due to Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So Ayurveda is all about Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So when a mental illness is due to Rajas or Tamas, it may not be within the scope of Ayurveda. It may be within the scope of psychotherapy, or it may be, within the scope of spiritual healing. And the concept of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, it is little complex to understand. And because, the entire physiology and the pathology of the human body is worked around the concept of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So even a 100-year-old Vaidya will say, I'm still studying about Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And there is a saying that Kama, Shoga, and Bhaya, that is lust, grief, and fear, it increases Vata. So the lust, grief, and fear, increases vata, while krodha or anger increases pitta. And on the other side, disturbance of the pitta, it affects the rajas. Rajas is, with qualities like competition, ego, anger, pride, etc. So the disturbance of the pitta, it can increase the rajasic qualities of the mind. And again, if you further examine, tamas increases the physical lethargy and tamas increases sleep. And mental health affects the digestion. Charaka says, ahara shuddhau sattva shuddhi. And digestion affects the mental health. So the quality of the food matters, the digestion of the food matters, because the good digestion results in good ojas. So again, here you can see a connection and a crisscross communication between the body and the mind. There is a beautiful connection between the sattva, rajas and tamas and vata, pitta, kapha. It is very similar to the PNEI axis, which is, theorized by the modern psychiatry or psychology. That is the psycho, neuro, endocrine, immunology relationship. The psycho and neuro part mostly governed by vata, the endocrine part governed by pitta, and the immune system governed by kapha. See, this is the beauty of the connection and the communication between the body and the mind. See, we know that, elevated lipids in the body or elevated cholesterol in the body, it might not be, it is a cause, but at the same time, an endothelial dysfunction is required to result a block in the blood vessels. So which is otherwise called, it starts with an endothelial dysfunction of the blood vessels. And most of the studies says the endothelial dysfunction, it starts with stress. And Ayurveda uses a metaphor to explain the relation between the body and the mind. About the concept of ghee and a pot. If you pour hot ghee into a metal container or into a container, the pot gets heated. Or if you pour cold ghee into a heated pot, the ghee melts. So this is a relation. So the diseases of the mind, it reflects on the body, and the diseases of the body, it reflects on the mind. So I can say the emotional health and the mental health is based on the physical health. So how can we improve the mental health? One need to improve the physical health. And how to improve the physical health? To improve the physical health, one need to follow the daily routines, seasonal routines, etc. Like, the Brahma Muhurta. About, waking up at the Brahma Muhurta. So this is, one definition of mental health, as per Ayurveda. Another definition of mental health, it is the balance of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Hope you are familiar with these terminologies. Rajas, it is the initiator of all the activities of the mind. Rajas motivates the thoughts. Rajas motivates the actions. It is the accelerator. However, Rajas can lead to excessive thinking. It can lead to irritability and aggression. And tamas, on the other side, is the inhibitor of the mental activities. Like sleep, relax, and rest. Without tamas, it cannot happen. So tamas helps in the inhibition or withdrawal from an activity. And it is responsible for the rest and sleep, which is essential for the recuperation. However, increase of the tamas, it can lead to lethargy, it can lead to loss of motivation, and it can lead to depression. And the first one, that is the sattva. Sattvam, lakhu prakasha, it enlightened the mind with true knowledge. The sattva-guna, it balances the rajas and tamas. Because without rajas and tamas, we cannot function. Because we need motivation, we need inhibition. So the sattva keeps one in harmony and in a self-responsive mode. While rajas is more about the reactive mode, while sattva is about the responsive mode. Sattva is all positive qualities, so which cannot be called as a dosha. So rajas and tamas, when they are imbalanced, it can cause adverse effects on the mind. However, we need all the three. So mental health, it is a balance of all these three qualities. That is sattva, rajas, and tamas. And in the internet, you can Google about, the food which influence the mind. So there are a lot of, modern classifications of food like the sattvic food, rajasic food, and tamasic food. I don't completely, go with this classification. According to some of the scriptures, according to Bhagavad Gita also, the food which is not fresh, it goes into the category of tamasic food. And according to some theories, onion and garlic falls as rajasic food. I don't completely, take it. So there is certainly the food may influence the mind. Another, interesting definition about mental health. It means, it's a well-developed prajna. That is a life with awareness. So prajna, it means it has three aspects. One is the ability for discrimination between good and bad. And the second part is the courage to choose the good or bad. No, the good from the bad. And the third aspect is the memory to remember what is good and what is bad. Because the basic cause of miseries in the life, according to Ayurveda, are number one is called Thi, Thrudi, Smriti, Vipramshaha. That is the impairment of grasping and keeping power, the impairment of the controlling power, and the impairment of the recalling power. See the Thi Vipramshaha. The Thi Vipramshaha, it's defined like this. If something is eternal, is viewed as transient, and something harmful is viewed as useful, and vice versa, this is indicative of the impairment of the Thi. If the Thi is working properly, it views things as they are. So the Thi, it is the power of discrimination. And secondly, a mind indulging in the worldly enjoyments, it cannot be restrained from the harmful objects due to the impairment of this controlling power, which is called Thridi Vipramsha. So this controlling power or this Thridi or the courage that can restrain the mind from the harmful objects. So the courage to practice as per the power of discrimination is called thridi. Not just knowing, but acting on it is the thridi. If the memory is impaired due to a person becoming overcome by the rajas and tamas, the recollection of the knowledge of reality or the self is impaired. This is known as the impairment of smriti. See, for example, a person, if he can differentiate, alcohol consumption is bad. That means, his thi or the power of discrimination is working properly. Imagine that, knowing that, alcohol consumption is bad. When friends call them for a party, you go with them. So when you consume alcohol, knowing that it is bad, that means, your thridi is not working properly. And imagine that, in the party, you ended up with headache or diarrhea after consuming alcohol. And the next time also you go for a party, forgetting, what has happened. So that is called Spriti Bhramsha. So according to Ayurveda, the impairment of the Thi, Thridi and Smriti, that is the impairment of the power of discrimination, the impairment of the controlling power, and the impairment of the memory, it results in the imbalance of Vata Pitta Kapha. And the imbalance of Vata Pitta Kapha results in the affect the prajna also. So that is why the Thi, power of discrimination, the courage, and Atma Jnana is considered as the best medicine for mental disabilities. Atma Jnana is about knowing about the self. So, see, there can be multiple definitions. I think I have 10 minutes left.
Yes, doctor.
See, now, how to achieve emotional and mental health? Ayurveda is a treasure trove, to find keys to achieve emotional and mental health. To achieve mental health, Ayurveda says one should have Sampat Vipatsu Ekamanaha. That means one should have mental balance at Sampat, one should have mental balance at Vipat also. So one should have mental balance in prosperity as well as in calamity. So it indicates the ability to cope and the emotional stability. Another key which Ayurveda says is about Sadvrita. And Sadvrita, it is explained as the compassion and the empathy, about charity. Kaya Vak Chedasam Damaha, that is control over the body, control over the words, control over the mind. And it says, one of the best Sadvrita is being selfish for others. So the compassion with all the living beings, controlling the activities of the body, speech and mind, feeling selfish for the interest of the others, or looking after the interest of the others as his own or her own. They are called, the sufficient rules of good conduct or Sadvrita as per Ayurveda. And Ayurveda says Maitri or friendship is another tool, which can help in mental health and emotional health. But Ayurveda specifically says make friends with good people and keep others at a distance, because similarity increases and dissimilarity decreases. Maintaining good physical health is important for emotional and mental health. Proper sleep is important. And the urges like the greed, envy, hatredness, jealous, excessive attraction, all these urges has to be controlled. And Ayurveda is talking, treatment modalities like rational use of medicines and herbs like Yukti Vyapasraya. And there is another, treatment approach, which is the psychotherapy or the control of the mind from its objects, which is called Sattva Avajaya. And a third approach called the Deva Vyapasraya, which is called spiritual therapy with the use of mantra, mani, mangala, beli, upahara, prayaschitta, etc. And I mentioned, Ayurveda has a well-evolved, well-developed branch on psychiatry, which is called Bhuta Vidya or Graha Chikitsa. So Ayurveda says, the one who indulge in daily foods and activities, and one who discriminates the good and the bad, and then acts wisely, and one who is not attached too much to the objects of the senses, and one who develops the habit of charity, one who considers all as equal, and who is truthful, who is forgiving in nature, and who is keeping company of the good persons, becomes free from all the diseases. So to conclude, see, the mental, the emotional wellness perspective of Ayurveda cannot be explained in 1 hour or 1.5 hours. But to give some spark, Ayurveda has a multi-dimensional approach to mental health, which includes the thought engineering, the lifestyle modification, diet, medicines, therapies, etc. So that is from the self-care to the primary care and to the secondary care and to the tertiary care of mental illnesses. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shyam. There are questions. Would you like to answer? It's okay if we get slightly fine.
Yes.
Because I think the audience is fully engrossed and they would like to have maximum, if you don't mind just answering some questions. Okay. Sienna, would you just read them out to him?
I can read it. What are the times for circadian to be normal? Ideal time to go to bed and ideal time to wake up. Does it differ from person to person? Yes. See, sleep is very important. As today, as Dr. Shyam said, you should wake up at Brahma Muhurta. Don't set the alarm for tomorrow at 5 a.m. because you need to prepare for waking up at the Brahma Muhurta. Make sure that, you grab quality sleep. A Vata person might require only 6 or 7 hours of sleep. A Pitta person might require 7 to 8 hours of sleep. A Kapha person might require 8 to 9 hours of sleep. So if you want to wake up at Brahma Muhurta, at least at 5 a.m., you should make sure that you should go to bed by 10 p.m. at least. And as I mentioned, previously, it is called Kali Yama. That is from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. It is considered as Kali Yama. It is the time, when the melatonin secretions are at the peak. So you should try to sleep during the Kali Yama and try to wake up in the Saraswati Yama, which is in the Brahma Muhurta time. There is another question. Where is... okay, it is not Uddha Vidya. It is called Bhuta Vidya. Or it is called Graha Chikitsa. So it is a branch of Ayurveda. About translation of Ashtanga Hridaya. See several times, the English translations, it might confuse you because the Sanskrit, it's a very rich language. Most of the Ashtanga Hridaya, it is written in Sutra Rupa. Sutra Rupa means, one word in the Ashtanga Hridaya, it can be elaborated to several pages. But still, you can find, quality translations of Ashtanga Hridaya online also. How much weightage, should we give to naturopathy in daily life? No milk, no sugar. According to Ayurveda, milk is good, sugar is good. So it is a wrong understanding. According to Ayurveda, everything is good and everything is bad. If you Google, you may find, 100 papers which says milk is good and 100 papers says milk is bad. Milk is good for you. It doesn't mean that milk is good for everyone. Sugar is good for you. It doesn't mean that sugar is good for you, for everyone. Milk is good for you today. It doesn't mean that milk is good for you tomorrow. But generally, milk and sugar is considered as healthy food. But taking, the home remedies in the name of Ayurveda is naturopathy, and it is not Ayurveda. Say, for example, intake of neem every day, intake of turmeric every day, in the early morning, intake of lemon every day in the morning, they are considered as unhealthy practices according to Ayurveda. About identifying the dosha type. See, the dosha type of a person, it cannot be analyzed, even by a physician in one sitting. Because the body type of a person has to be understood from the family members. The body type of the person, it has to be understood from the people you interact with. So here comes, the importance of family physician, and here comes the importance of bringing Ayurveda to primary healthcare level. Did I answer to all of them?
Yeah, I think you have. Oh, there's another.
No, body type cannot change over the time. The body type of a person, it is determined at the time of fertilization and the time of birth. And you get the body type from your parents, and the activities of mother during the pregnancy contribute to the formation of one's body type. And the body type will not change until death. So the body type, it is an imbalance of Vata, Pitta or Kapha, which has occurred at the time of birth. A deviation from the body type, it is called Vikriti, it is called Vigara. So a change of the body type, if it is happening, that is called disease. Asking the email ID. Maybe you can follow me on Instagram or in social media. Dr. Shyam Ayurveda, DRSHYAM Ayurveda. How to know what dosha, Vata, Pitta, Kapha one has related to sleep? I didn't understand that question.
If anybody wants to ask question, just raise your hand. We can give you permission to unmute. Yep. Just a second.
Ghee balance Vata and Pitta, and ghee imbalance Kapha. That is why I said everything is good, everything is bad. But ghee improves the ojas, ghee improves the general health. For summer season, ghee may be consumed well, but in the winter time or in the Vasanta Radu, that is in the springtime, you may reduce the intake of ghee. The other seasons, you may consume ghee. So reduce the consumption of ghee in the winter time and in the springtime. See, life is Saumya and Agneya at the same time. Life is cold and warm at the same time. There is only two things which resemble like the life, which has the qualities of Saumya and Agneya Guna at the same time. There are only two things which has cold and warm at the same time. One is ghee and the second is gold. That is why we give, gold with ghee for the newly born children to improve the ojas, to improve the life force. See, there is nothing like, taking ghee on empty stomach. How affects pranayama our mind and body? See, the word itself, it says, prana and ayama. Practicing pranayama, it improves the health span, it improves the lifespan. See, you know that a dog, which is mostly, a Vata type, breathes very fast and die very fast also. An elephant or a tortoise breathe very slow and they live for 100+ years. Yes, the importance of taking oil bath, it cannot be explained in the words. It is truly experiential. But one should not do abhyanga, one should not do oil bath if affected with indigestion, and if it is having febrile conditions, and if it is associated with kapha diseases. So again, everything is good and everything is bad. Ghee increases kapha, but yes, having a hypothyroidism problem, ghee is not good. But in a condition of hyperthyroidism, ghee can be used as a good medicine. But generally, ghee is permitted to be consumed on a daily basis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shyam. Sienna, I put you, I'll just, can you switch on the video, Sienna?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me add you to the spotlight.
I'm sure everyone benefited from this very interesting and detailed explanation on Ayurveda and health. This was a very easy and practical session for us all, Dr. Shyam. Thank you so much for these insights, and especially for the youth and our generation today about sleep and good food and not being stressed out. I think these were things we'll all take away today. The comments on the chat proved that this was such an insightful session. Thank you once again, Dr. Shyam. And thank you all for your participation. All of us here were benefited. Thank you.
Thank you and namaste.
Look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And can we have a short break now, Atman, before the next speaker comes?
Yes, no, she's there, Dr. Manju.
She's already here. Okay.
She's already there. She's waiting.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
did we overstep into her time?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Really. It was 9:10 anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So can we have the spotlight on her?
Yeah, Dr. Manju Agarwal, can we have the video on so that we can spotlight you? Put you on spotlight. Thank you so much. Thank you.
She's muted.
Yeah, I'll just ask her to unmute also. Wait. You'll have to unmute just a second. Let me just make her co-host so that she can wait. Make co-host. Yep, we got it. Now you can unmute, Dr. Manju.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Manju Agrawal, and welcome
Thank
to
you.
all of us today.
Mhm.
I'll just briefly introduce Dr. Manju Agrawal to all of us. She is the Dean of Student Welfare and Professor of Psychology at Amity University, Lucknow, a leading psychotherapist, certified hypnotherapist, mind coach, social entrepreneur, and educationist with extensive teaching and research experience. She has authored and presented and published papers in journals and reputed conferences. The chief architect of the women's policy for UP, she has worked for marginalized sections of society, particularly women in villages and districts of UP, and these are several of her achievements. Her talk today will be on meditative self-talk, and she will throw light on how language and positive self-talk enhances our emotional well-being. Over to you, Dr. Manju Agrawal.
Thank you, Sana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, you all might be seeing me not sitting straight, so please excuse me for that, because I broke my leg day before yesterday. So I'm just lying down and trying to speak to you. So please excuse me for that.
Oh, that's a pity, and take care.
It's fractured when I'm in plaster.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
But
that
it's so nice of you to have joined us, and thank you so much for that.
You know, this keeps me busy. So I would entertainment during my pastime. I would request the participants if you can put on your video on, because this is a workshop and not a lecture, so that I can connect with your energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Apurva, Ritu, Uma. Thank you, Ambika. Thank you. Thank you, LK. I don't know what your name is. Sophie. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Dasni. And thank you, Atman, for giving me this opportunity to talk to a very, very profound audience. And I'm really thankful to Radical Healing, who is doing a great job of healing the world. So, all my thanks to the entire family of Radical Healers. I also tried to learn something from Radical Healing, and I have also used something during my crisis. And the Radical Healers really helped me during some of my crisis times. So I'm grateful to all of you.
Thank you, and we are really looking forward to. Please go ahead.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about something which is very, very simple and but very profound. And this is about the language, and this is about the normal things which you might not have noticed so much, but it is all with us. So conversations. So I would like to ask you one thing. Whom do we talk most every day? Can you please write it in the chat box? Whom do we talk most with every day? your friend, your parent, your relative, your neighbor. Who do you talk most? Okay, clients. My pet. Okay. Self. Mother. Basani or anyone else? Okay. So, who do you talk most? Yeah, you talk to your mother, you talk to your pet, you talk to your friend, you talk to your relative. The most, somebody answered self. Yes, Sabi and one more person said self. So, who do you talk most every day with? The 24 hours rather. You talk to yourself every day, most of the time. In fact, 24 hours, even when you are sleeping, you are talking to yourself. And whatever you are talking to yourself, have you ever noticed what you are talking to self? Might not have. So let's notice it today. So just, there is a tape recorder which is always going in our mind. And not only that, this tape recorder is playing certain thoughts. And as the research says, the thoughts are usually 90% of the thoughts are the thoughts of yesterday and of yesterday and of yesterday. And 90% of today's thoughts are going to be tomorrow. So these thoughts become very, very consolidated, very strong, and becomes almost permanent. And thoughts have a language. So these thoughts are continuously playing in our mind in the form of tape recorder. So I would request each of you to kindly listen to your tape recorder and just notice what your tape recorder is telling you, what your thought is about, what your language is about. Is it a language of anger? Is it a language of repentance? Is it a language of self-blame? So just note down. Do you have a notepad? Just note down. Is it a language of shame? Is it a language of self-blame or blaming others? Is it a language of questioning? Why did it happen with me? Or any other language? Is it a language of appreciation? Is it a language of condemnation? Is it a language of inferiority? Is it a language of revenge? What are you talking to self? So I give you 5 minutes to just listen to the language that's going on, the tape recorder in your mind, and write down in your notebook what the language is about. What is most of the time you are talking to self? Most of the time. Of course, there will be variations in the 24 hours. Sometimes when you are talking to somebody else, there will be some other kind of conversation. Even when you are talking to self, sometimes it is rumination, sometimes it is reviewing, sometimes it is something else, but there is a dominant thought which is going on in the mind most of the time. So try to identify that dominant core issue about which you are talking to self and what this language is about. So take your few minutes and just write down in your notebook. What is this that you are talking about? What are the dominant sentences that you are speaking to yourself? Is it about anger, self-blame, self-condemnation, others' condemnation, revenge, anger, peacefulness, calm, gratefulness, forgiveness, whatever? And some of you who want to put in the chat box, you can put in the chat box, and can they unmute themselves also, Atma?
Sorry, how?
Can they unmute also?
They can unmute. I've just given that permission so that you can, have a dialogue.
Okay. So any of you who want to unmute and share something?
Hi, may I? Navina here.
Yeah, of course. Yes, Lavina.
Good morning. Yeah, so for me, most of the time, it is like I want to do what best I could do next and be in gratitude also, like be aware of what happened. And
Okay.
of course, at times, do get into the dialogue, okay, somebody said this. At times,
Also,
yes.
can you put on your video also?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Just a moment.
Yeah, yes, Navina. It's better to connect.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so yeah, it's like basically of course lot of gratitude, self-awareness, and what best next, if I'm doing something, sometimes it comes that what next I could best utilize my time. And of course at times, because we live in a joint family, so somebody has said something that also keeps running.
Okay.
But yes, at times
I
I do pause.
one question. Have you deliberately changed from something to something now, or this has been always
No, no, not always. Of
okay?
course, by working on myself over the period of years, I would say
Yes, yes, yes.
time to shift to this. Of course, I do deflect at times, go into that negative thought process, which is habitual.
Okay,
Yeah, that self-judging or criticizing even others, being judgmental of others.
okay,
But yes, but now, thankfully, through Radical and other things, I am becoming self-aware of what's going. If
okay.
something like I start feeling negatively about myself, like some bodily sensations, I start feeling low, then I check what is my thought, why
Absolutely.
am I feeling. So yes,
Thank you, Navina, for sharing this. This is
thanks.
excellent. So let everyone clap for her.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Navina has very clearly and very explicitly explained that she used the sentence, our natural thought process is usually very negative. You said that. And then, but it is possible to change it. And why do we need to change it? And why, how it is possible? That's what we are going to talk about. Anybody else who wants to share before we go to that? Anyone else who wants to share something? Yes, Sophie, I think you are interested in sharing.
Hi, I would say that most of the time I have a lot of criticism, self-criticism of actions and judgment of my own actions more than others. Much heavier critique of myself. So this is like the current, and then now and again anticipating my capacity to how I'm going to manage the next event or a couple of events in the future.
Okay. Yeah. Great, Sophie. Anybody else? Thank you, Sophie, for sharing. So let's clap for her for being so honest and sharing. Yes. Anyone else who wants to say something?
Good morning, ma'am. This is Devendra here.
Yeah, Devendra. Yes. Can I have your video on, Devendra?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good morning to all. And usually it's the self-talk which is going on is about all, especially about the inner and there's an inner environment, there's an outer environment. So there are a lot of people in the outer environment, and in the inner environment, I have some loved ones whom I have lost over the previous years, like my father. So it is usually the thoughts related to my loved ones, and of course health issues and a little bit of worry about the future.
Okay.
So I'm able to regulate my emotions, but sometimes I feel that there's a little bit of excessive overthinking, which is not needed.
Overthinking, okay, and anxiety about future, right?
And health of parents and self.
Health of parents and self. Yes, I know you, Devendra, and I know that you have been going through health issues for some time. So that talk is what will happen. What will happen to my parents? What will happen to me? And also about what has happened in the past. Is that so?
Right.
Okay, okay. And how do you feel when you are anxious about future, about your health and health of parents?
Ma'am, that's very interesting because I do a lot of meditation. So throughout the day, I'm very well regulated. So I'm very calm and I'm able to overcome that. But when I go to sleep and I'm in a subconscious state of mind, when I'm not neither very fast asleep or widely awake, at that time when my defenses are low on guard. So that's the time where I feel a bit of uneasiness or discomfort.
Okay, okay, great. Anyone else who wants to? Thank you, Devendra, and let's clap for you for sharing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody else who wants to say something? What is going on? Because as it's very clear that you have to really make an effort to
Apurva wants to say.
think. Yes. Yeah.
I have
Yes, Uma.
I have a lot of overthinking. I mean, if I see something, I go into future, kya hoega, kaise hoega, fear comes up. But I'm confident enough, and I'm open to learning. But, but there's a lot of self-talk and about my health issues.
Okay. So there is a lot of concern about health issues and COVID related issues, and maybe this anxiety started more or increased during COVID times. Is that so, Uma?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And I think COVID times had been really difficult for all of us, and it increased a lot of health related anxiety and health related anxiety for not only for ourselves, for our near and dear ones. And I share with you that this my work on self-talk and meditative self-talk that I'm going to talk about started during COVID time only, because when my clients became very anxious. And one of my very young clients, she's only about 20 years old. She had been coming to me. She had very severe panic attacks and very severe breathing problems, which I dealt with, and she recovered very fast. She had several panic attacks in a month, but she recovered very fast. During COVID time, it started again. And the COVID time was a time, COVID has taught us a lot. COVID has done, I think we are doing this webinar only because of the COVID. Before that, I didn't know anything about the webinar. I used to hear about it, and I thought, yes, what is webinar? And let me learn what webinar is, because I used to hear some foreign professor speaking and joined him. So sometimes I joined, but I never knew how to conduct it myself. So COVID taught me how to do it. So COVID was a great teacher. So in COVID time, one of my clients became this client, and many other clients became very anxious. And I didn't at that time we were not used to these therapies through Zoom and everything. So what I did, that I recorded a message for her and sent it to her, which really helped her. And her anxiety really soothed, reduced. And after some time, she called me and said that, ma'am, now I have become a therapist for my family. I'm really sorry, I have some bad throat. So that is how the journey started. And then I realized that through meditative self-talk, we can help ourselves and help many. So as Uma, you said, I think if you will send me, I recorded a particular thing for COVID, and I can send it to maybe to Atman or Renu, and they can forward it to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just show you which gives you that flow of process of thinking and language. If my screen is visible?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So this is actually the flow. As I said, 90 to 95% of thoughts that we had yesterday is today only. The language that we speak for our thought process is the same.
Shamu,
Am I audible?
अरे वो
Yes, you
सॉन्ग
are.
आएंगे
Yes,
तो
you.
बता देना हमको हम यहाँ पे हैं।
Oh, there's some. Sorry for that disturbance.
I'll mute everyone. Wait. Please.
Right. So,
Just a second. Dr. Manju, just on your own mute, because when I muted everyone, you also. Okay. Please keep it on mute.
yeah. So the language that I use, that we use to express those thoughts is the same, which create the same feelings, and the feelings create the same behavior, and then it becomes our personal reality. For example, if we are mostly thinking as to why it happened, why this person questioned, the language of question, why this happened to me, why this person did this to me. So my always this personal reality is that people did something wrong with me. This should not have happened with me. This becomes my personal reality, and my reactions will be accordingly. And if somebody criticized me and I start saying to myself, I'm not good enough, I'm not good in this, I'm not good in that, I'm not, my self-confidence is going to reduce, and my personal reality will be, I am not good enough, because this is going to, and I will not be able to stand or do something. Or for example, the stage fright. Once you have, some people have said, or I have myself said to myself, I'm not good in talking to an audience, a big audience. I will fail. I will not be able to face them. People will not appreciate me. I don't have the good content that I can talk about. That will become my personal reality, and I will not be able to face the audience. Stage fright is so common among a lot of people. And when all this happens, they actually create the neural pathways. They create the neural pathways which get consolidated every day, every time we have the same thinking, and I think Atman will definitely endorse that.
Sure.
So we need to change these neural pathways, and changing the neural pathways is not difficult. It's at the same time, it's not very easy. So the easy tool that I think by which we can change the neural pathways is changing the language. You know, it's very difficult to change your thought process directly, to change your feelings directly. But if you deliberately, as Navina shared and other people, Sophie shared and Devendra shared, they started changing their self-talk. And the moment you start changing the self-talk and repeat it, and as the neural pathway theory goes, that if you repeat it for next 21 days, morning, evening, afternoon, the neural pathways start changing, and then your personal reality, your feelings will change, your behavior will change, and your personal reality will also change. So this is a common saying that the cells that wire together. So let us try to fire different cells, so that when different cells are fired repeatedly, they will come together, they will change the thought process, they will change the feelings, they will change the memories, cellular memories, because we know that each of us, all the experiences that have gone with us have cellular memories that are the memories in the body. If you want, if you have time, we can experiment that also. Or we'll do that, in fact. And when the neural pathways are created and we can change the neural pathways, a very easy tool that I think can be used is by changing our language. So let us, I'll unshare my screen. Pause, unshare, stop share right now. Okay, so that I can connect with you again. So let us try something. Are you all ready for something? Some experience which is very, very simple but profound? Are you ready for that? Do you want that?
I'm sure we all are.
Okay. Okay. So just deep breathe 3 times. And just think of some experience, difficult experience, painful experience that happened recently in the past, or the most painful experience of your life. Some painful experience. Just go into that experience, listen what you listen, see what you see, hear what you hear. And just get in touch with your body. Be aware in which part of your body you are having sensations, maybe sensation of numbness, pain, heaviness. And those who are having can just share it. Unmute and share, please. You can keep your eyes closed, but you can share it. Unmute and share if you are having it. Uma, you want to share something? Yes, Ritu? You're having some pain here? Okay, okay. You're having some pain in the head. Anybody else? So just listen to the language that you are talking to yourself at this time. When you are having this pain, just listen to the language that you are having. Yes, Navina? You can unmute yourself, you are muted.
Navina, you can now. I've just changed the setting so that there are no disturbances.
Yeah. Yeah, so slight pain, whatever I was thinking, a slight pain on my left side of lower back I could feel when I was thinking those thoughts.
Just listen to the language that you are speaking in your mind. Okay?
Sure. Thanks.
Everyone, I think, and anybody else having some sensation in any part of your body?
Yeah, I'm in pain on my right side of the head.
Right side of the head, okay? Okay. So many of you must be having some sensation whenever you are thinking of your past negative experience, which very clearly shows that the experiences have cellular memories in the it is stored in that part of the body. So let's try to release them. Okay. So just close your eyes. Close your eyes and breathe in from your nose and breathe out from your mouth. And since I'm not doing it individually, I will do a generic session, because when we do it individually, we try to understand the language of the person and then try to release and change the language. But right now, since it's a group session, we'll do something generic. So just breathe in from your nose and breathe out from your mouth and feel that the stress and the pain and the heaviness and the sensation is going out. And change the language. The first release it, release it, release it. Relax and release, release. You can also tap that part of the body where you are having some sensation and pain. Just tap it slightly. For example, if you are having it in your head. Or in any part of the body, just tap it and release it. And now change the language that you are speaking. For example, if it is a language of anger, because somebody really hurt you, somebody did something wrong with you, and you are really angry with that person, so just forget that person. It happened in the past, it's gone. It happened in the past. It was the karma of that person. I do not allow myself to be affected by the energy of that person. I give the energy back. I give the energy of that person back to him or her. I don't let Mr. and Miss X to put their garbage in my mind. I'm strong enough not to allow that garbage to enter into my mind. And if it is there, I release it now and here. I release it now and here. I release it now and here. If it is grief, if it is self-blame, if it is guilt, whatever it is, just release it. Release, feel that all the guilt, all the anger, all the pain, all the grief is releasing out through your mouth when you are breathing in and breathing out. Breathe in from the nose and breathe out from the mouth. Tap the body part where you are having sensation and change your language. If it is a language of anger, make it the language of forgiveness. If somebody has given you pain, if there was a loss, grief, it's over. It's over. Yes, this is a great loss. I accept it and move forward. It was a great loss. I accept and move forward. I allow pleasures of life to enter easily in my life. I'm ready to enjoy and experience pleasures of life now. I am getting in charge of my emotions. I am taking charge of my emotions. It's easy for me to take charge of my emotions. I'm learning it and becoming more and more perfect in it. As I practice taking charge of my emotions, I become more and more perfect in it. I see myself strong. My shoulders are strong and erect. My head is strong on my shoulders. I'm looking forward, looking straight. I feel the strength in my body. I feel there's strength in every part of my body from head to toe. My head, my forehead, my eyebrows, my eyes, sparkling with confidence, calmness, peace. My cheeks, my nose, my lips, my mind, back of the mind, all feeling is strong, and my mind is using a positive language. My neck, shoulders, my front, upper chest, stomach, around the navel area, back, my spinal cord. Oh, it's a strong, strengthened, and well supported. I'm feeling well supported. I'm thankful to my spinal cord for giving me so much of strength and support. It's willing to bear the blows given by people, but not shaking. It does not allow the blows to affect me. If people are sending the blows, it's their problem. My aura is stopping that. Lower part, thigh joints, thighs, and all the organs inside. Feel that flow of strength, positivity, calmness, peace, forgiveness, gratefulness in every organ of your body, every cell of your body. Trillions of cells of your body are grateful, peaceful, and calm. I am calm. I am peaceful. I am ready to face the world. No matter what people tell me, criticize me, condemn me, I am not taking it. I am leaving the past behind. That story is over. And I'm moving forward. I'm taking strong, confident steps in my life. I'm going forward. And as I'm moving forward, I'm moving forward with confidence. The future is unseen, but I'm leaving the consequences to that superpower. I am confident and concentrating on the steps that I'm taking that is in my control, that I can do, my processes, my planning, the best that I can do in my situations. The consequences are not in my hand, and hence I am releasing all the anxiety about future. Most of the things that I'm anxious about are not likely to happen in my life, so I'm not worried about them. I'm releasing all the anxieties and worries about the future, but concentrating on the present, on the best that I can do now. I'm concentrating on my actions in the present and leave the consequences. I'm just concentrating on the present actions. And as I do, my thighs and legs become stronger. And I'm walking ahead with greater strength, greater confidence, and a peace of mind. My entire leg, thighs, knees, lower leg, both the feet are feeling strong. Deep breathe 3 more times and feel I'm myself. I'm a strong, peaceful, calm person. Leaving the story of the past behind. Leaving the stories of the future for its own course. Concentrating on the present. Thinking positively about myself. I love myself and I accept myself exactly as I am. I love myself and accept myself exactly as I am. I love and accept myself. I respect myself. I value myself. And all of you, please cross your hands, hug yourself as if you have not hugged yourself for a long time. Hug yourself. Feel the comfort, the coziness, the love. And do it as long as you want, and then you may gradually open your eyes after putting your hand palms on your eyes. And please share those who were having some kind of pain and sensation. Is it still there or gone? Yes, Ritu. I think the host will provide. Yeah.
I'm the neutral me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else that you want to share about this experience?
Ma'am, I'm feeling deeply relaxed. And when you said that hug yourself,
Yeah.
I could not let go of that hug. And I'm feeling much relaxed and better. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So the anxieties about your future, do you think कुछ इस समय better लग रहा है? Are you feeling a little better?
Ma'am, I think I am in the present moment right now. So there's no anxiety. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Devin. Yeah. Sabi, I think, say, you want to share something.
Yeah, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes. I can hear you.
My mind is fully calm and peace, and feel like light is flowing
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sebi. I think we will appreciate everyone later, after hearing this, your experiences. Thank you, Sebi. Anything you want to say more? I think you are so poised that it appears that you don't want to say anything. Is that so? That's what I'm feeling. Okay.
Apurva has raised hand. Maybe she
Yeah,
wants
yeah. Apurva. Yes, Apurva.
Today morning I banged my head really hard. So my head was very heavy because it was quite a big hit. So when I did the meditation right now, the pain, even though it was a physical pain due to a physical injury which I just got some time back, the pain subsided and I'm feeling quite blissful and peaceful at the moment. And the heaviness of the head is also gone.
Oh my God. So wonderful, so wonderful, so wonderful. Yeah, I think we need to appreciate for everyone, say Apurva, Devendra and Ritu. And I think Navina wants to say something.
Yeah, so it was a beautiful experience. I could feel shift of flow of energy, like I was having sensations in my left lower back. So I could feel the shift and the flow of energy and the churning. I could feel it as this talk was going, and it was so relaxing and so calm, and felt so good to hug myself. And of course, I do it, but I felt it all the more after this talk. So thank you so much for this.
Yeah. So I think it's, do you realize that it's so easy? I think Uma also wants to share something. Yeah, Uma.
I'm feeling relaxed and I'm calm and I could let go of my.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, if all of you realize that it's really not difficult to let go? Do you realize that?
Yeah.
A lot of things which we are holding for such a long time. We hold it, and we hold it very closely to our hearts, and we hold it so strongly, don't allow it to go. But who is it harming? Is it harming the person who has given me a hurt? Whether it's harming or not, we don't know. But how much it is harming me? It is harming me most, whether it is anger, whether it is inferiority, whether it is self-condemnation, whether it is grief, whatever we are holding, we are harming ourselves. So let us be first aware that we are harming. And therefore, I think I will say that there are 3 R's if we use that, and the 3 R's is relax, release, and reframe. And I'm oh my God, I think Atman has so many beautiful R's. So Atman, these are also 3 R's. I think some of it may be common to your R's, are they?
No, not yet.
Okay. So it is release.
Indirectly, you're working towards the same.
Yeah. So release, reframe, relax, release, and reframe, which you can do it yourself. So what I'm talking about is self-management techniques, which is very, very easy. I wanted you to experience it, and then we can do some exercise on learning how to do it. And if these 3 R's are followed, you can easily let go a lot of things, whether it is anxiety or pain or worry or anger or condemnation. Just deep breathe, release, relax, deep breathe 3 times from the nose, out from the nose, in from the nose, out from the nose. Then 3 times in from the nose and out from the mouth. The moment you do it, your limbic system starts relaxing. So relax from your mind, from your thought, from your body. Just close your, and the moment you close your eyes, you get connected to your subconscious mind. And the moment you get connected to your subconscious mind, it is possible to release. Through logic, most of the time when you say कि when you talk to people, so people say कि नहीं नहीं हम सब भूल चुके हैं, अब मैं कुछ नहीं याद करता. I don't try to remember anything. I have forgotten anything, but actually it is there, and it is there with heavy loads. So no matter how much consciously you try to forget, it is difficult because it has created a space in your subconscious mind from where it needs to come out. So either you go to a therapist to help you to release it. A lot of times you can do self-practice, and when you think that it is still there, only then you can contact a professional. So easy thing is to first relax, in from the mouth, out, in from the nose, out from the nose. 3 times in from the nose, out from the mouth. That is the first process, relaxing. The second process is releasing. And then you just listen to what your mind is talking about. Listen to what your mind is talking about. And feel what you feel. Hear what you hear. Feel the sensation in your body. Feel the language that is going on in your mind. Remember the event or the experiences that are bothering you. And then you can, for cellular memories, you start tapping those parts. I'm giving you a very simplified process. Of course, there are many layers beyond this also. For self-management, to start tapping those points, those areas, because you have cellular memories and you all experienced it. So just by tapping also, you are releasing a lot, and then use the language, change the language which is going on in your mind. The language should be, most of the time, as I said, the language can be of anger. Why did it happen? Why did this person do this? And you are very angry, you are revengeful, you want to teach that person a lesson. If you want to teach it later, but right now you need to worry for yourself, you need to worry for your mental and physical health. Do it right now. Just release the anger. The story is over. That the person who created the anger was their issue, not my issue. Why did I allow myself to be angry about? Why did I allow myself to be hurt? Why did I allow myself to let this pain remain within me? So just release it, whether it is grief or anger or pain or condemnation. And a lot of criticism that we are holding since childhood. I tell you a story of one of my students. I observed her. I had given some assignment. When she gave it to me, I felt there is something wrong with this girl. I called her and I talked to her. So it came out that she was carrying a lot of self-condemnation about her body. This is very common, where we carry a lot of, I'm not good looking, I'm not smart enough. She was carrying that, and when I explored, it came out that when she was small, her brothers teased her that you are dark. She was dark complexion, dusky. That you are dark, you are fat, you are dark and fat. That got into her mind, and she started telling herself, I am dark, I am fat, I am not good looking. And truly speaking, I had found her very attractive. So I just talked to her and I said, you are very attractive, your eyes are very attractive. And then we had some conversation and talks. And you won't believe she changed like this. The girl who was not participating in any activity in the class, she became the class representative. Very soon, the moment she released it. So whatever, even certain things which happened as just small conversation goes in our head, and how much I pamper that conversation. Somebody said something, one sentence, jokingly, sometimes even, purposely sometimes. But now I am carrying that sentence multiple times, hundreds of times, thousands of times in my mind, and how it is affecting my mind and my body and my personality, that we don't realize. So just reframe and change your language. Be aware of your language. It's very difficult to be aware about your thoughts. It's very difficult to change your thoughts and feelings, but it's very, very easy to change your language. The moment you change your language, because what is language and what are words? Words are energy. We all are energy. Everything is energy, in fact. Energy cannot be formula E is equal to mc square. Energy cannot be destroyed, but it can be transformed. Every word is energy. How many of you know the story of Tansin? Do you know the story of Tansin? Many of you must be. Tansin was a jewel in the court of Akbar and very favorite courtier of Akbar. All the other courtiers were very, very jealous of him, and they were planning to kill him. Because somehow he gets a bad name, he gets killed, or he is thrown out of the court. So they planned something. They knew that Tansin can create fire by his singing. Tansin is of course famous for his singing. So they planned and told Akbar that Akbar, he has never shown this skill. So let us ask him to show this skill. How can he create fire by singing? In those times, if king said something, you can't refuse it. So Akbar agreed to it. Akbar asked Tansin कि भाई आप जो है ना, you just sing and create the fire. Tansin understood the motive of the courtiers, and he knew that if he will sing, he will create the fire, and in that fire he will himself be burnt. So he taught his daughter another rag, which was Megh Malhar, by which she could bring rains. So he said that, okay, give me 1 month's time, I will do that. And then during that 1 month time, he taught his daughter Rag Megh Malhar. So when the day came, he started singing, the temperature increased, everything became hot, and gradually the fire started. And the moment the fire started, his daughter started singing Megh Malhar, which brought rains, which reduced the temperature, calmed down everything, and it started raining, and the fire was gone. So that is the power of words, that is the power of rhythm, that is the power of tune, that is the power of whatever, every word that we speak. The moment you criticize people, whatever we are saying has vibrations also. So the vibrations of criticism is about 37, I think, 30 to 40. And because everything has frequency, it's about 30, 40, I think. And the frequency of praise, gratefulness, appreciation, forgiveness is about 700. So if I am criticizing, gossiping, what I'm doing, I'm reducing my own energy. I'm reducing my own energy. So just by changing your words, you can change the frequency of yourself. You can change the vibrations of your own self. And the moment you change the frequency of your own self, you are going to attract the same frequency. Radio. What is radio? You tune it and it will connect to the same frequency. Similarly, if you are appreciating, you will attract the frequency of appreciation. The other people, if you are upset, you will attract the frequency of people who are upset, who are depressed. If you are criticizing, you will attract the frequency of people who are criticizing, or you will get a lot of criticism and condemnation. So in order to enhance my vibrations, I need to change my frequency. And again, the easiest tool is to change your self-talk. Be aware what you are talking to others, what you are talking to self. The moment you change it to the language of, I think I'll share you certain languages. And before that, I think I'll give you one more experience of self-enhancement, positive talk, increasing your self-esteem. And I would request, I have a channel, YouTube channel, which is called Mind is Spa. And in that, I keep on posting some videos. And during this time, I posted some videos of meditative self-talk, and I'm doing two of my students are doing research on this therapy. So we are in the process of developing it as a full-fledged therapy. So I would request Renu, can you please play that video? But before you play that video, please each of you rate yourself on your self-esteem, 0 to 10. It's your self-esteem. Where do you put yourself? Rate yourself in your own pad. How do you rate yourself on your self-esteem? 10 means very, very high self-esteem. 0 means very, very poor self-esteem. So how you evaluate yourself? And then we'll play that video. And after that, I'll again ask you. So can I request Renu to kindly play the video? Have you all rated yourself?
I will do it. I will do it.
Okay, Atma. Thank you.
This podcast is to enhance your self-confidence and self-esteem. For better results, close your eyes, deep breathe 3 times. Listen each word carefully and visualize the meaning of each word. For miraculous results, listen it for 21 days continuously with feelings. Namaskar. The divine within me greets the divine within you. This divine light is giving me magnetic powers to attract appreciation, self-confidence, capability, empathy, peace, and love. I am seeing all those who love me and give me positive energy. I am taking care of all of them, and they are taking care of me. I am the greatest being. I know it and I manifest it. I never let anyone fill my head with the garbage that is in their head. Not my parents, not my spouse, not my friends, not anyone ever. There is no place in my mind for criticism by others unnecessarily. I am choosing not to receive it. I am letting all criticism done in the past to leave me, and I am seeing them leaving me. I am capable enough to fight for my rights.
and take a stand for my own issues. I am becoming happy more and more every day. I am becoming satisfied more and more every day. I am becoming proud of myself more and more every day. I am becoming more and more confident every day. I am finding myself useful, and I am seeing myself becoming more and more successful every day. I am giving more and more respect to myself, and I see myself and my respect radiating all around. I am loving and accepting myself more and more every day. My relations are becoming better with everyone. Now please put your right hand on your heart and say, I am a powerful being with all required powers and capabilities. I am a pure soul. I am great and a treasure of qualities, and I am manifesting my qualities more and more every day. I am a happy being. I am a fulfilled being. I am a confident being. Namaskar. The divine within me greets the divine within you.
you.
So I would request each of you to kindly rate yourself again on your self-esteem. And if there is a difference, it has increased the rating, please give Y in the chat box. Please give Y in the chat box if it has increased. And same, S if it is same, and low L if it has lowered. Thank you, Reena. Thank you, Alka. Thank you, Devendra. Thank you, Ritu. Thank you, Sophie. Uma, Shweta, Bhavna, Apurva. Thank you, Balkrishna. Thank you, Preeti, Renu. Alka, Khanna. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone who experienced lowering of self-esteem, please give L in the chat box. Thank you, Savarnaya. Okay, none of you same pills. So, okay, thank you. Anyone experienced same or lowering of the self-esteem? Okay, wonderful. So you have realized that just it was a 4 point something, 4 to 5 minute video, and this could help in enhancing the self-esteem, self-confidence. So if you listen it every day, something like this, which you can do it yourself. And if you want to listen to this video, all of you must be having your mobile. You just open this Mind Spa on your YouTube, or you write Manju Agrawal Mind Spa. Right, Manju Agarwal, Mind Spa. YouTube. And then you can, how many of you could search it? Find it?
Let's talk a minute about layering.
You can also write exactly this, this YouTube meditative self-talk, increase your self-esteem. If you write that, you will find it. Meditative self-talk, increase your self-esteem. Could you find it? Meditative self-talk, increase your self-esteem, or Manju Agarwal, meditative self-talk. Anything Mind Spa, you can find it.
Can somebody just put the link over here if you found it in the comment box? My YouTube live is going on, so I'm not disturbing that.
I think I'll put the link.
Yeah, or we can put it on the YouTube later.
Crazy loophole where you just do 4 hours of work and it's crazy.
Sophie's already added. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this will help.
This podcast is.
Sorry. I think, has it started playing somewhere? Yeah. So, मैं चली गई क्या? Oh my God! Yes, I'm there. I think there are videos there for creating positivity. There are videos for Corona times also, Uma.
Yeah.
There is a video for reducing that Corona anxiety, which at that time really helped many people. So this is.
I want to ask you.
Yeah.
It's best meditation for relaxing है. इसमें पर वो self talk वाली नहीं आई है.
A meditative self talk, increase your self esteem. Just I think somebody has put the link here.
Okay. Okay.
The link.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You can subscribe or download.
Yeah.
So I would just want to. How much time I have, Atman? Can I share my screen and?
Yes, I have something to tell you.
Yeah. Sienna, how much?
It's 10:23 now. So you have some time.
And Gigi is waiting. 11:10, right?
Yeah, hers is at 11:15. Yeah.
Okay, we have time.
Okay. Okay. So I'll share my screen and I want to share certain things about the power of, in fact, we can talk also the power of self-talk. So as I was saying, where it is, yes, it's here. Yeah, I want to share with you the experiments of Dr. Masaru. Have you heard about him?
Yes.
Yes, Atman, you must have heard about him and many of you must have heard about him, but this is very interesting experiments. And now initially he did some water experiments and later the experiments are being done with plants, with rice and with everything. So, when he did the experiments with water, I'll tell you, what he did that he kept the water from same source in 6 same beakers, but exposed them with different words. And it doesn't matter what language you are speaking because words have vibrations. And those vibrations, even when you write the words and put it on the beaker, the vibrations of the words will be soaked. And now I remember an interesting technique that all of you can use in your life, which is called, let me share this experiment and then please remind if I forget to share this technique, which is called the water bottle technique. So the water absorbs the words, and in fact, everyone absorbs the words. We all have water inside us. So what he did that he took 6 beakers, and in different beakers were exposed to different words. The words were like, I kill you, I love you, I hate you, you are Mother Teresa, you are Hitler. And then what he did that after exposing them for some time, maybe 30 days, he crystallized the water. And to his surprise, the crystallization had different shapes. And I'll show you these are the forms that the water took. Heavy metal music, one water was exposed to heavy metal music. Another was exposed to, you make me sick, I will kill you. Look at the formation of the crystal. So ugly, so bad. Adolf Hitler, even this one. Thank you. The water, therefore, the power of gratefulness. If I start, even I will tell you my experience. I had a lot of anger inside me. And from my childhood, my mother was very truthful. And if anybody spoke any lie, I will get angry. If anybody tried to fool me, I will get angry. But I started practicing this thankfulness, gratefulness, and my anger reduced like anything. Because when you start focusing, 3 things which are very important for your emotional wellness, although I'm digressing a little bit, but since I remember, let me tell you. 3 things which are very important for your emotional wellness. One is your physiology. Second is your focus, and third is your meaning. So if you focus on the gratefulness that what people have done to you, what the situations have done to you, what the environment has done to you, you become grateful to that. Even if my maid made a cup of tea for me, I'm grateful to her. If this house is giving me protection, I'm grateful to it. It's protecting me from heat and sun and everything. If the plants are giving oxygen to me, I'm really grateful to it. And without that, can you think of your life? So start focusing on all the positives that are happening. In fact, our mind is trained to focus on the negative, what is not working, what is bad. People tell you 5 sentences which are okay or neutral, but 1 sentence of appreciation and 1 sentence of criticism, that is what you are going to remember. And recently I was seeing this, yesterday only when my foot broke, I asked my husband, ki bhaiya koi Netflix pe picture lagao. Then he started Professor, that old movie. And in that, there is a character of Lalita Pawar. And this Shammi Kapoor, he becomes an old man teacher who is, and this, as always shown, Lalita Pawar in Hindi movies, a very, very strong, a very furious, angry character. But he just speaks 1 sentence that maybe in your, when you were young, you must have been very beautiful, and maybe this anger is not because you are tough, but because of other reasons. And this woman starts melting and melting and melting. I think psychological point of view, say when you see that movie, it's so beautiful. Just 1 sentence of appreciation can change the entire personality of the person. So thank you. Love and appreciation, this kind of formation. Mother Teresa, this kind of formation. And this experiment has been tried on plants. You can yourself try it on rice. You can try it on plants. You can try it on water. Water may not be crystallized, and you can see it. Freeze them. Somebody wants to ask something? Okay. So this water bottle technique, as I said, is a corollary to it. Whatever goals you have in your life, whatever you want to achieve in your life, you just label those words in the water bottle that you are using for drinking water. Put those words, write it on a piece of paper and stick it on your bottle. Write it boldly. For example, you want to be happy, write happiness. If you want to achieve some goal, write that goal on the bottle. And just keep it in the night, because morning you drink water, and in the morning you drink water, repeating those goals and the words that you have written very, very calmly and nicely. And this water bottle technique is going to have wonders for you. So the words that you are using, the water will absorb the power, the vibrations of those words, and it will start affecting you and your mind and your body. So very simple and profound. Do you think simple things can be profound? Yes? Simple things can be profound. And these are very simple techniques, language technique, water technique, which can be extremely simple but very profound, and you can start using without any hassle from today itself. And to emphasize all this, I just want to show you some characters. For example, everyone knows Amitabh Bachchan, whether Indian or not Indian. Everybody knows Amitabh Bachchan. You all know that Amitabh Bachchan was rejected in his for his voice in the audio in the audition for being a radio artist. He was rejected because of his voice, that you have a very heavy voice and it will not work. So imagine, after rejection in the radio audition for his voice, if he would have started a language, why should I try anywhere? I am rejected in language. Why should I try in TV? Why should I try in film? It's out of question. I will never be selected. Even radio has rejected me. My voice is bad. What would have happened to Amitabh? Could we have Amitabh Bachchan in our life? This magnetic, wonderful personality, we would not have seen him in our life. But this person changed his voice. This person started saying, okay, radio has rejected, it's okay. I think I have a strong voice and I will try other platforms. I will try other platforms. I'm sure I'm going to be successful. I'm going to give my 100% to the work that I'm going to do. Someday some people will recognize it. And this inner voice motivated him to try for the film. And now today, only because of his voice, or mainly because of his voice, he is a superstar. He is so successful today. People are dying. I mean, the producers are dying, the directors are dying to have him, to have his voice even as a commentary for, and certain movies, only certain portions he has given his voice only. And even when he sings, he is so much appreciated and people like it. People connect with him. So the kind of inner voice, I tell you this, Thomas Edison Alva, the second, you know that he created bulb. How many times he failed? He failed 1,000 times. But every time when he was able to create the bulb, because till he was a failure, nobody came to him. When he created this, invented the bulb, so many reporters came to him and they asked him, oh sir, you failed 1,000 times. And he said, no, just look at the language, focus on the language that he used. He said, I have not failed 1,000 times. I have learned 999 ways by which a bulb cannot be created. So he used the language of learning than the language of failure. If he would have said, oh my God, why should I? I'm not failing, I'm failing. So after every setback, after every experience in your life, just focus the language that you are using to remember that experience. The moment, just see whether this language is of pain, revenge, anger, condemnation, what the language is. If the language is creating negative emotions, change your language. For example, Dashrath Manji, many of you know, who created, he worked for how many? I think 25 years. And he created a path so that in the mountains, himself alone, so that people could, after the death of his wife, he could not reach her for the safe delivery in a hospital. He created a language in his mind, a language of philanthropy, a language of helping people. Nobody in my village will ever die because the path is not available and can't reach to the hospital. I'm going to do something. Alone he did it. People said you are a mad person. But that was his language of mind that he created, and he worked for 25 years and created a path. He cut the path in the mountains alone to have a road which takes it directly from his village to the hospital. In the center, there is Roger Bannister. Till 1954, he is an athlete. He was an athlete. And till 1954, the record that was set was more than 4 minutes in a 4 miles for more than a minute. Sorry. For 1 mile, it was more than 4 minutes. And all the experts, all the doctors, they said that it is not possible to cover 1 mile in less than 4 minutes. It's not possible. And if anybody will try to do it, there can be heart attack, there can be severe consequences, there can be this, there can be that. And then they also said that in very, very ideal conditions, and the kind of ideal conditions they described were more or less impossible to achieve, then perhaps somebody can break this record. This man, Roger Bannister, he started this language of challenge. This was a language of challenge that he said, it can be done, it can be done, it can be done. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I will do it. And in 1954, he broke this record. And in 3.59.4 minutes, he completed 1 mile, and he was actually after that labeled a 4-minute mile man. So whatever language you are creating in your mind is going to decide your actions, your feelings. First your feelings, then your behavior, and then it will be converted in actions and achievements. So there are many more. I think I'll go further. Any questions? Anything anybody would like to ask? So we talked about 3 R's, that is releasing, relaxing, and reframing. When you are reframing, there are certain rules to be followed. That one is that please do not use no and not in your language. When you are reframing, do not use negative words in the reframing. For example, if your language is life is a struggle, so you can make it life is a journey, every experience is a learning. If your language is I perspire going to stage, so I'm not saying that, do not say I do not perspire going to stage, but start saying that my body is preparing me to so the situation is same, but you are giving a different language to it. For example, I perspire because I'm anxious. I want to do my best, and my body is preparing me to deal with difficult situations. I'm not good enough. You may not be good. You need not to be. You can say I need not to be good in everything. I'm good in. For example, you are not good in maths. It's okay. I'm good in singing. I'm good in language. I'm good in analysis. I'm good in concept memory. For example, let me tell you, my memory is also very bad. And I always used to condemn myself that I have a very bad memory. I do not remember names. I do not remember dates. And then I realized that actually, when students came and I took their interviews and I talked about their learnings and masters or PhD, and they were not able to explain a lot of things, then I realized that my memory is bad in words, in names, in specific dates and regions, particularly memorizing, rote memorizing. But I realized that I remembered what I learned in masters after even 30-40 years. So I started saying, I changed my language and I'm now happy about my memory. Now I say that I have good conceptual memory. I'm not focusing that I'm not able to remember, I forget everything. Instead of that, I started saying, I changed my language and I said, I have good conceptual memory. I do not forget concepts. And please don't use do or not. Use the positive words. I'm helpless about my workload. Instead of saying that, you say, I will do my best and stagger my work versus I will talk to my boss. Since I don't have time, I would have gone to you to practice this. So I'm leaving too. My brother had to go through a surgery. And you're bothered about it. How can you change it? Some of you try changing it. This is a reality. My brother had to go through a surgery and you're very upset. Had to go ki jagah aap kar dijiye, my brother has to go through a surgery and you're very anxious about it. Now change this language, a language which gives you peace and calm. How can you change it? Try it now. Try it now. I am pausing my screen share. Pausing se nahi chalega na? Pausing. Can I see? अभी मैं थोड़ा सा इसको रोक रही हूँ शेयरिंग को.
You want me to help you with this?
No, it's okay. I think I just wanted to share some mantras of language. So I'm just now stopping it. So if anybody, the surgery would help my brother to recover faster. Excellent. Surgery will save my brother's life. Yes. You also start thinking. Anybody else try? Beautiful attempts. I'm happy that, yes, start your sentence. I'm happy, sir, then my brother will be treated soon for his recovery and we all are waiting for that achievement. Good. My brother is receiving all the help he needs. Yes, wonderful. So the moment, just feel, any of you can experience oh my God, my brother will have to go through the surgery. What will happen? This is a very delicate surgery. My husband recently went through bypass surgery. And there could be one language. What will happen? Koi complication na ho jaye, koi problem na ho jaye, pata nahi doctor kaise hain. God knows how will he after the surgery. There could be a lot of anxiety about surgery. The moment you become anxious, you are actually sending the vibrations of anxiety for the surgery also. And you are yourself getting anxious. You are sending these vibrations to your brother. I don't need to tell any of you that how far-reaching the vibrations of energy are. My brother is in hands of a good doctor, right? You can also think that I'm happy that it is detected at the right time. Now there is so much of advancement in the surgery. Things are going in the right direction. All of you have made a beautiful attempt. So I'm sure you all have You all are already an expert and further becoming more expert. I admit my brother's surgery under loving care of Redikall consciousness. Excellent. Excellent. You all have belonged to Redikall, yeah. You all are wonderful people. Where am I? Okay. So I will just share something more. Yeah. What a wonderful group it is. I'm really enjoying. Thank you, Atman, for giving this opportunity.
No, this is really a value add for all of us. Thank you so much. Continue, please.
Thank you very much. So I will very quickly finish my thing in 10 minutes. So one is the mantra, negative versus positive self-talk. It's very, very important. And then language of breath. Whenever we are breathing and when we are trying for deep breathing, I think if we add this language to deep breath, it will further enhance the impact of deep breathing. That is, imagine and say to yourself, I am breathing in all positivity from the environment, family, and surrounding. And when you are breathing out, say and feel, I am releasing all negativity. Breathe in and visualize accomplishing your goal and breathe out the impediments. This is all just feeling and realizing and experiencing in your imagination and visualization. Breathe in resources and breathe out imperfections. So this is the second mantra of self-language, self-talk. The third mantra is start telling yourself, I possess the qualities needed to be extremely successful. This is a mantra of watching inside. That is, I possess the qualities needed to be extremely successful. My ability to conquer my challenge. These are some of the key sentences that any of you can use. Or when we work individually, then we give very specific mantras for self. So I possess the qualities needed to be extremely successful. My ability to conquer my challenges is limitless. Then the fourth mantra is language of appreciation and thanks. Be aware what language you are using. Is it a language of appreciation and thanksgiving? Or is it a language of criticizing self or others? You know, we are trained to identify the negatives within ourselves and outside. We have been asked from our childhood, identify your limitations, identify what is wrong, what is negative in you, and then work on it. You know, the latest philosophy, my philosophy, the theory of appreciative inquiry, the theory of positive psychology do not belong. They just reject this. This is obsolete. You start focusing on what is working, what is good, what is positive. The negative will be taken care of itself. So be aware, the moment you use the language of self-condemnation on others' condemnation, you are reducing your own vibrations, frequency, and you are creating negativity within you. So whatever positive happened today, for whatever all those people who helped and supported you, your contribution in making things happen. For example, you called a friend. Give thanks to yourself also. I made an attempt. I'm thankful to myself for making an attempt to connect to somebody, improve my relations. I called somebody to say sorry. I thank myself to do that. You know, it's very difficult to say sorry also. Build relationship. I think there are a lot of studies which have shown that the key to happiness, the 75-year-old Harvard study has also shown that key to happiness is relationship, bonding, connectedness, and do anything and everything to do that. Focus on what you have. KFP and BFP. KFP is Key Farak Panda and BFP is Bahut Farak Panda. This is Indian. This is Hindi language. And those who are not Hindi speaking, I would like to convert that in English. Key Farak Panda, how does it matter? And Bahut Farak Panda, it really matters. So things that you don't have, you can say, how does it matter if it doesn't, if it's not with me? Materialistic issues. Bahut Farak Panda, for example, even it can be used for relationship. Bahut Farak Panda, it really matters. If you are close to some of your friends, if you have a small car, it would really matter if I don't have a car. How does it matter if I don't have a Mercedes? So those certain things that you don't have, start using the language of it doesn't matter. Things that you have, start using the language of it really matters if it doesn't have with me. Then the language of forgiveness. Before going to sleep, practice forgiveness for the entire day. I forgive anyone across time and space who has hurt me or harmed me, and thank them for giving me a lesson of life. Actually, you can thank the people who have hurt you because they have given you a lesson of life, and the best thing is to learn the lesson of life and move on. So even the people is not only to release the hurt, you also thank the people who have hurt you. And just try to find the lesson that you have got from that hurt. Every bitter experience gives you a lesson, and the moment you start focusing on the lesson that bitter experience has given, even the divorce, bad relationships, everything gives you a lesson. But if you keep on focusing on what went wrong in the relationship, why did this happen to me? It's going to give you pain, it's going to give you hurt, it's going to affect your health, because mind and body are not separate. For 100% they are not separate at all. And my mentor Yuvraj always says that mind is invisible body. So I forgive anyone across time and space who has hurt me and harmed me, and thank them for giving me a lesson of some of these languages can be used every day, which is going to enhance my own vibrations, my own health, my peace of mind. I love and accept myself exactly as I am. We did practice it also. I love and accept you exactly as you are. Instead of trying to change the other person, why the relationships fail? The relationships always fail because I want to change the other person. Instead of trying to change the other person, try to accept the person as the person is. The person will automatically change the way you want. Will automatically change. Accept yourself and accept the other person. You can't ask anyone else to change their behavior. The only thing that I can do is to change myself. And the most important thing is the questions you ask. That is also good. So the question is a language. Instead of asking a question, what's wrong with me? Why all so many things are happening with me? For example, in my case, recently, let me tell you, 6 days back, my mother-in-law suddenly became bedridden in the last 1 month. And 5 days back, there was a severe fire in my house. And day before yesterday, I broke my leg, fractured. We had to travel abroad, and it's a matter of many lakh rupees which has gone down the drain. So many things have happened. And 22, we had 5 or 6 major surgeries. One was of my husband, bypass surgery, 21 May. He went into corona. Then I had 2 cataract surgeries, 1 retina surgery. So my question could be, why all this happening one after the other? And the people who are talking to me, अरे आपके लाइफ में तो पता नहीं कुछ ना कुछ, something or the other is happening, what's the matter? I change my language. It's okay. Things are coming, but the end is good. The surgery was successful. My retina surgery was successful. The corona went by, and I'm very lucky that the bypass surgery, I took the decision to get it done in Lucknow. It went on well. In fire, a lot of things were saved. The lives were saved. It's okay. There must be some message that I should not go abroad. So it all depends. If I start asking the question, why this is happening, what's going to be next, it's going to give a lot of anxiety to me, and I will become very, very anxious, worry kind, and it will affect my health. All my parameters will, because one emotion means chemical change. Every emotion brings a chemical change. Your sympathetic system becomes active. It releases a lot of hormones. It prepares your body to deal with the crisis, as it is made of Stone Age. And the moment you change your language, your parasympathetic system will start getting activated by your deep breath, by your language change, and it's going to create a balance. It will suppress the sympathetic system, and the chemical changes will become normal. That's another chapter which we can deal some other time. So start using the questions. How will I earn the double? How will I make my family, friends, boss happier today? The moment you get up in the morning, stand up before the mirror, put a stucky on the mirror, and ask a question. How can I make my life happy today? Start focusing on the questions you are asking every day from yourself. And the moment you change your questions, your answers will change. If you say, oh my God, what will happen today? Aaj kuch fir unfortunate na ho jaye. Something unfortunate may happen today. Oh, what will it be? Your mind will start working on, will spiral on certain things, and you will then, something will happen. You will focus on that, focus and meaning. You will focus on that and say, look, I knew that something going to happen bad, and it has happened. A lot of good things might have happened that day, but your focus is on what bad thing happened that day. If your question in the morning was, how can I make my life good and happy today? How can I make my things work today? Anything which is even slightly positive, you are going to focus and you will reinforce. Look, this is good. This has happened well. This is nice. And it will again have a spiral effect. So I think I will not do this because this will take time. So this is all for today, and to revise in a minute, I think we can have everybody say something, the learning today, to end the session, so that it also gives the revision. I'm stopping. Thank you very much. So let's have a quick round of learnings. So I would request each of you to say something on the chat box. Any learning, any comment, any question?
One has to change the language. It's very important, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. So in order to change the language, first be aware of your language that you are using.
Yes.
And then focus on it, and it's easy to change the language. Do you think it's easy to change the language? How many of you think it's easy to change your language? Raise your hand, please, if you think that it is easy to change your language. It's not difficult. It's easy to change your language. But and how many of you think, how many of you realize that by changing language, it's going to have a very, very profound impact?
Yes, it will.
You can write why in the chat box. Yes. If you think that easy to change your language and it's going to have a profound effect, please. मैं अभी 2 मिनट में करती हूँ, अभी 2 मिनट बाद. अभी 2 मिनट में करती हूँ. Okay.
Yeah.
Highly charged emotion, we can calm down by being meditative self. Thank you. Yes. So it's easy and profound. The two combinations we often think are impossible, but it is possible. I think somebody want to say something. Somebody has raised. Yes, Dani. Dani, can you put on your video? And yes, Dani.
I just, answered just because you said that, how many of us are feeling that, so based on that, I have raised my hand. I'm also one of them.
Okay. Thank you, Dani. Thank you very much. So I think Navina again has raised her hand. Navina, yes?
Yeah, so my learning would be change the language of mind, accept yourself, others, and love the person, forgive the person who has hurt you, be thankful to that. And with water, you rightly said that, like, I have been personally practicing with water, like bless the water and drink it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so that was the learning. Very good tips from you. Thank you so much, Manjuji, for this. Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
very much. My pleasure. It's all my pleasure. Ritu, you want to say something? You have raised your hand. Somebody has written, I found the contrast between the frequency of the language of criticism and appreciation 47th most profound. Thank you very much. This is Sophie. Sophie, thank you, and I'm grateful to you. Yes, Ritu.
Thank you so much for sharing such profound words where you can change yourself and you can't expect anybody else to change. And the another thing that, I have an understanding, but you refreshed my memory by saying, how can I?
How can I?
Then why? It's such an amazing thing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I'll just take a photo also. रुक जाओ, बाहर जाओ. I think I'll get some photos from Atman, and it will be good if I can get the recording also.
Yes, the recording, it would be available on YouTube.
Okay.
Right now, it's a combined recording. It's going live on YouTube at the moment.
Okay.
And we will put individual recording edited on Redikall channel later.
Okay.
It will be available as Wellness Club on our website to all the members who join. It's free for the first 3 months anyway, so you can do it.
Okay. Great.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sienna, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Manju Agrawal. This was a very interesting session, and I'm sure everyone benefited. For me, letting go, changing my language, hugging myself is going to become a habit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Atman. Thank you, Saina. Thank you, the audience. Thank you very much. I'm truly grateful to each of you.
Gratitude to you.
Thank you. Yes, Sienna, over to you. I think Dr. Gigi is already there, but we'll give a gap of 10 minutes that people can just...
Yeah, this was an intense session and we learned so much.
Yes.
Thank you all for your participation.
Music in between. And my favorite is Let's Heal the World.
And we all need it.
Yep. Okay, so Dr. Gigi, I'm sure you're ready, but we'll just give a gap so that people can freshen up. And
I'm ready. Here we go.
Let's heal the planet with pure soul's love, 'cause everything can resolve in pure soul's love.
Let's heal the planet with pure soul's love, 'cause everything can resolve in pure soul's love.
This planet is my soul's love. My need for this planet is my soul's love.
Let's heal the planet with joy, love and light, 'cause everything can resolve in joy, love and light.
Let's heal the planet with joy, love and light, 'cause everything can resolve in joy, love and light.
This planet is my soul's love. My need for this planet is my soul's love.
Let's heal the hurt with pure soul's love, 'cause hurt can resolve in pure soul's love.
Let's heal the hurt with pure soul's love, 'cause hurt can resolve with pure soul's love.
The hurt is my soul's love. My need to feel hurt is my soul's love. My resistance to let go of this hurt is my soul's love.
Let's heal our ego with joy, love and light, 'cause ego can resolve with joy, love and light.
Let's heal our ego with joy, love and light, 'cause ego can resolve with joy, love and light.
My ego is my soul's love. My need for this ego is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of the ego is my soul's love.
Let's heal the guilt with pure soul's love, 'cause guilt can resolve with pure soul's love.
Let's heal the guilt with pure soul's love, 'cause guilt can resolve with pure soul's love.
My guilt is my soul's love. My need to feel guilty is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of my guilt is my soul's love.
Let's heal the anger with pure soul's love, 'cause anger can resolve pure soul's love.
Let's heal the anger with joy, love and light, 'cause anger can resolve with joy, love and light.
My anger is my soul's love. My need for this anger is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of this anger is my soul's love.
We heal the finance with pure soul's love, 'cause finances can resolve pure soul's love.
We heal our finances with joy, love and light. Finances can resolve with joy, love and light.
Finances are my soul's love. My need for financial difficulties is my soul's love. My resistance to let go of the financial difficulties is my soul's love.
We heal emotions with pure soul's love. Emotions can resolve in pure soul's love.
Let's heal emotions with pure soul's love, 'cause emotions can resolve in pure soul's love.
My emotions are my soul's love. My need for the emotions is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of the emotions is my soul's love.
Let's heal the fear with soul's love, 'cause fear can dissolve with pure soul's love.
Let's heal the fear with joy, love, and love. 'Cause fear can resolve with joy, love, and love.
My fear is my soul's love. My need for this fear is my soul's love. The resistance to let go of the fear is my soul's love.
Let's heal the planet with soul's love, 'cause everything can dissolve in pure soul's love.
This planet is my soul's love. My need for this planet is my soul's love.
My world is my soul's love.
Joy,
joy, love, light, 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 joy, love, light, light, light,
joy, joy, joy,
joy, joy, joy, joy, love, 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 light,
joy, joy, love,
love, more love.
Over to you, Sienna. And I request Dr. Dr. Gigi is already here. Okay, I'll put her in the spotlight.
Welcome back, everyone. And we are now into our session with Dr. Gigi Vijayan. She is a renowned counseling psychologist, radical healing facilitator, spiritual life coach, meditation coach, and inner child healing therapist. She is a researcher and a legal and management consultant. Dr. Vijayan will share with us how she uses radical techniques to experience a state of wellness, to become more productive and achieve the best in life. Over to you, Dr. Vijayan. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Sienna, for introducing me. And first of all, I would take this opportunity to thank Redikall for giving me an opportunity to present here in this hour. So before I start my talk, I would like to share something, or rather, I think Atman won't be happy with it, but I will. I am indebted to Redikall for making me who I am. Definitely. In this present moment, this Gigi is totally dedicated to Redikall. And in whichever session or whatever session I take or whatever I do is not complete without giving my in-depth gratitude to my masters, my gurus, my mentors, my friends and supporters. And this is not a complete list, because it wouldn't be complete without mentioning at least a few of them here. First of all, thank you, Atman, for being the catalyst of change in me. I am who I am today. It's all because of Atman. And at this moment, I recall lovingly Uma, Mamta, Dr. Monica, Varsha, Mujib, and the list goes on. Definitely Dr. Monica and Mujib has been in this journey from the start itself, from the start of my spiritual journey. So thank you once again, Redikall, for giving me this opportunity. So coming to my topic, integrating emotional wellness into business. So before diving into the topic, from yesterday till today, till present day, we are hearing about the wellness, the emotional wellness. So, wellness is such a broad term, and how we think about wellness is affected by our culture and our experiences, life experiences. And we all believe wellness is conscious, self-directed, and evolving. It is holistic and multi-dimensional. It is positive, it is affirming, and it is inclusive of all and everything what we think of it. So, in order for us to flourish, all the dimensions of wellness need our attention. There need not be a balance among all these dimensions, but instead, the goal is to find a personal harmony between all these dimensions, and that is most authentic to you. So it depends upon person to person. And you can't get these things being passive. It requires an active awareness, acceptance, and commitment. So this is how we take wellness into our life. So I have a short presentation I have taken, very short, and I'll just share the screen. Hope everyone can see this one.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. So it is integrating emotional wellness into your business. I have chosen this topic because mostly I work, the majority of participants or the clients I get as businessmen, entrepreneurs, and in some way related to business. So I have been working in it. I've been working with people. I've been working with the businessmen, their ideas, their emotions, mostly their own wellness. And so I'm here with this topic. So why emotional wellness is important? So emotional wellness is one of the several wellness dimensions that make up the person's ability to thrive. So what are those dimensions? These are the 8 dimensions of wellness. Here we can see there is emotional, that is coping effectively with life and creating satisfying relationships, financial, satisfaction with current and future financial situations, social, developing a sense of connection, belonging and a well-developed support system, spiritual, expanding our sense of purpose and meaning in life, occupational or work related, personal satisfaction and enrichment derived from one's work, physical, recognizing the need for physical activity, diet, sleep, and nutrition. Then there is intellectual, recognizing creative abilities and finding ways to expand knowledge and skills. And finally, not the least, this is not the final actually, if we divide the wellness into different dimensions, it will go above 9, 10, 12. So I have taken this 8 dimensions. Environmental, good health by occupying pleasant, stimulating environments that support the well-being. Out of these things, emotional wellness is the top of the list. Excuse me. Emotional wellness can be said as coping effectively, having a sense of positive self-regard, and creating satisfying relationship. So, emotional wellness mainly deals with keeping a positive attitude. Be sensitive to your feelings and feelings of others. Learn to cope with stress, which makes an important part in the business world. And be realistic about your expectations and time. So this is what the wellness definition or the emotional wellness definition majorly focuses on. And as I said, emotional wellness is on the top of the list And we are here to deal with emotional wellness in the business, in your business, with the businessman, with the people in that business. So first we will deal, what is a business? Is it just a number? Is it just a finance? Is it just something, a project or a plan or some building or a structure? Actually, we here, I am a business, you are a business, our home is a business, every area we touch is a business. So we can say business are made up of human beings. So human beings are business. And saying that human beings is not a resource. Human being is a possibility. It is just that there is always a distance between a possibility and a reality. Possibility is always, we are hopeful, yeah, this will happen. There is a possibility that I can better myself. I can become a better version of myself. There is always a possibility that I can be better today, tomorrow, and the day after. So what an individual human being will become essentially, it depends upon whether we can unfold this possibility or not. Whether we are open to receive this possibility or not. And if we consider a human being as a resource, then once we pick up a resource, we already know its qualities. We know what it can and it cannot do. So we humans, we think, we know the possibilities, we know the resources. So it is up to us what we choose. If it is a possibility always means yet to be, yet to come. So as the picture depicts, I would say human being is like that seed. That seed has huge possibility, huge potential. If the circumstances and if the seed thinks that I have to grow out of it, I have to develop, I have to be in this world, and my future is here, definitely the seed will sprout and become a tree. So all the possibilities are inside that. So seed realizes its potential only if it finds a fertile soil. It depends upon the circumstances also. As in Redikall, Atman has said, people and circumstances are not our problems or anything. It is how we look at the people and the circumstances, or how we look at the problem, that creates a greater problem in us. This is the idea behind all the things. If I think that a person A is not good or is not compatible to me, it's only my thinking. It's not the general public thinking. And that could be because I have a series of beliefs regarding that person, or a belief regarding the nature or the image that I have got into my mind of a person of that feature. So whatever we sow, and if it is a fertile soil, definitely it's like that seed will grow. So with the right kind of soil, one seed can make the entire earth green. In the same way, with the right kind of thinking and wellness in us, we can make a beautiful human being helping this world and the universe. And one of that person is a businessman. And who is a businessman? If that businessman is a human, like business is a group of human beings. So business is equal to human. So which human beings can be called a businessman or an entrepreneur? Among all these people, one can be called a businessman or one is a businessman or an entrepreneur who is ready to take a risk in whatever they do. He is an entrepreneur. So, here I would like to share a story, and this story you can relate in the whole presentation which I am giving you today. I happened to meet a businessman. Let us give him the name X. So he came to me with a problem. He was having a finance business, having many staffs, nearly 20 or 25 staff, and was doing very well in spite of Corona. But before the last 6 months, he came to me with a problem that all my staff, all my employees, they are gossiping behind my back. They are not happy with me. They are trying to leave the organization. And he said, I didn't do anything. Just one question I asked him. How did you know that they are gossiping? How did you know that they are not happy? Then he said, when I pass through there, I see them looking at me frowning. I see them not looking at me and looking down. I felt not happy. The next question I asked him, how is your feeling? How is your emotion? So he said, when I entered the office, each and every day I enter the office, I think, what will be the condition today? Who is going to complain? Who is going to show a bad face? And with these thoughts, I am getting into the office. And finally that happens. And his business was going down. I know here everybody knows the answer, how we can tackle that. Where was the problem? Was the problem with the employees, or was the problem with him? But as Redikall says, whenever you face a problem, or whenever you have a problem, or whenever you face something outside, just look inside. What is creating this? Why I am seeing all this thing? Is it showing me my mirror? Yes, definitely. So I just asked him, you just leave all the employees, means you don't just concentrate on them. What do you want to do in business? Just focus on that, and just focus on you. Just focus on being your better version. How can you be the better version of yourself? Today you are standing in this way, or tomorrow or after 5 minutes, how do you want to be? So that was the answer. From the very next day, I think from that night itself, he worked on himself and focused only on those things that he need to focus. He left his focus on the employees. He was just focusing on the business. He was just focusing on what need to be corrected inside me. And the next time I met, that was so quick. After 1 week I met. It was not for a session or anything, but the result was amazing. Like he was saying, my business, it is thriving. I'm getting ahead in business. I have no time to sit. All are happy. I'm also happy. This is a very short story, but there are nits and bits of tips in here. So, as in Redikall, the Redikall concept says, when you heal, all around you becomes better. When parent heals, child gets better. When the leader heals, followers follow better. So obviously, when the employer heals, the employees respond in a better way. This is the most simplest method. We don't have to go to all the things that is written, the problem solving, how can we do it, and just change your outlook, just work on you. Even though you're a billionaire, even though you're a businessman, even though you're a doctor, anything, just work on you and you will see that amazing results outside. And I can vouch for them from my life, because my life was in such a turmoil. I was always blaming others. I was always finding excuses. This happened, so I am not. This happened, so I am not. They are like this, so I am not. This was the language. Like in the last class we heard that language and our vocabulary. It is a great thing. We need to address that. How are we talking? What are our emotions? These are all linked together. So when employer heals, the employees respond in a better way. This is the concept. That is applicable to all the areas of our life. Any area you take. If you understand this concept, life is easy, life is effortless. And now I am sitting here and smiling. The smile had got me here with the help of my masters and gurus. So we come to the topic, emotional well-being for entrepreneurs. Actually, I would love to say a quote of Epictetus. Men are not disturbed by the things themselves, but by the view that they take of them. It is the same thing. The places, circumstances, and people are not our problem. It is the way we look at the problem, way we look at it, that is creating our problem. This our entrepreneurs and business people and those who are in the business need to understand. So if you have a problem, if you have something not going right, don't deny it. When you are denying it, you are not allowing your full process. You are not allowing yourself to fully process that information. And when you are allowing it, you are just being open and you are ready to receive what is right for you. You are ready to seek opportunities. You are ready to accept. So, when I say this one, if you feel like grieving, grieve. If you feel like, crying, cry. And if you feel stressed, get stressed. That's interesting, right? Who wants to be stressed? So the first point for the entrepreneurs, I'll describe 9 points. First point is understand your stress. So your stress related to your relationship, your financial uncertainty, your family issues, your family dynamics, your health issues, the chronic health issues, your deadlines, the pressure of deadlines, your 24/7 lifestyle. I've seen workaholics working around the clock, except for that small time when they sleep. The office politics, and that information overload that you create or you take in. Extensive traveling also. So out of these things, if you have 3 things in your life, just analyze these things. If you have 3 things or more, one more thing I can add, parenting. Parenting also creates stress. So with parenting also, out of these 10 things, if you are facing 3 or more, definitely you are under stress and you need to work on stress. Understand your stress, recognize it, how the stress works for you or how the stress need to be corrected. Second one is, you can play the memory test game to understand you better. The memory test game is like this. You need to have a partner and your partner will ask you a question, series of questions, and one question he or she asks, you shouldn't answer that one. The second question when that partner asks, you should answer the first question. The third question, you should answer the second question. And it goes on and on. It's very interesting and it helps you to increase your memory, to focus, concentrate. The second level of this activity is, first question, you do not answer. Second question also, you do not answer. Third question, you will answer the first question. Fourth question, you will answer the second question. So it has become a little bit difficult. So when you play this with your partner or your friend, you are actually concentrating on you. You are actually concentrating on the memory. You are increasing your memory day by day. It's a very small test. Third one is, journaling worries. Everyone has worries. From the time you get up till the time you go to sleep, you have many sorts of worries. It would be very small or big. It would be that you didn't find your slippers, or it would be that you didn't find your business proposal. Whatever it may be. Before going to bed, you can write down all your worries. And you can know how big it is. So if you start and complete 1 week of this journaling your worries, seeing the pattern, you will see that mainly it is repetitive. 1, 2 or 3 things is repetitive. So we know where to work on ourselves, where to increase our emotional well-being. Fourth one is, you have to expand your horizons. You know where you are and you know where you need to go, and you're working only on one thing. Not good. You have to work on many things, not simultaneously. What I say is, when we set the goal, we work and focus on only one. That's fine. But you have hidden potentials, you have hidden talents, you have many hidden hobbies that you love to do. Each of that thing, expand. I love to sing. I love to go traveling. I love to go to sea. I love to go to a river. I love to go to the Himalayas. Go. Expand. Once you move out of your comfort zone and move, it will help you also to expand here. So physically we are expanding, and in the same way we are expanding in our mind also. So whatever we are seeing outside, definitely it is coming from inside, but the process that is going on, we have done it there. Today I went to that place. I have never traveled in train. Today I traveled in train and I went 7 hours in train. Once you break that one, you feel inside you, I can do anything. I came across one lady. She had not traveled in train. She had not stepped in train, and she has not traveled alone. Somehow she got the courage because her boss was a very strict person. She had to move, she had to go, otherwise her job was at stake. She moved, she went, 7 to 9 hours traveling, she went. After that, she came back to her home, and when I met her, she was telling me that was an amazing experience. I didn't know that traveling was so good. And now she is ready to expand to any area. If you give her any other work also, she is ready to do it because she has broken her comfort zone. So expand your horizon. Find those things which you want to explore and go. Fifth one is body as well-being compass. Yes, we are talking about emotional well-being. Though these points are for entrepreneurs, I think these points can be inculcated in us also, all the people. Body is your best mirror. This we have studied in Redikall, in the multi-chakra thing. Because when we observe our body, the body talks to you. So if you are not aware with it, just sit quietly. Just close your eyes and just feel the sensations and vibrations that's going on in your body. And in the beginning, you will have to have a Redikall manual with the multi-chakra affirmations and the descriptions, because a body point has a specific thing to tell you. After you are adept in it, you are well versed in it, you don't need that, but our body is the wonderful machine, is a wonderful thing that can give you solutions, that can pick your thoughts and lead us to what we need to create. If you want to create a particular thing, just think of that thing, internalize, close your eyes, and just feel your body. What does your body say? And that is the answer. And that is the correct and true answer. Even though many people outside would be telling you many things, do this thing, everything, and we get confused. So this is the best way to ask your body. Use body as your wellness compass. Use your body for your emotional well-being. And I'm so happy to say that many of the businessmen who have been in touch with me, they are using this method. They don't need any advice from the others. Yeah, we say in extreme cases, definitely they will need an experienced person to tell them whether this is correct or wrong. But generally, they just internalize and they just ask themselves, because all the answers are there within you. And those answers, when it comes to the body and it comes to our mind, we get the answer. Connect with your body. Sixth one is sensitivity to positive emotions. Like in the last workshop we heard, positive things. We need to attract positive things, positive languages, positive emotions. So in the world of this stress or problems, the vocabulary counts, the emotions counts. Just analyze yourself for one day and just ask yourself, what were the positive emotions I had gone through the whole day? That would be a quick answering question. So just you will glance through the whole day. Maybe you will get one answer. In the beginning you will get one answer, happy. Only happiness? The next day again when you ask the question, you will get 2 or 3 answers. Again when you continue, you will get more positive sensations or emotions or words. What is the positive emotions that I went through this whole day? Analyze. And by analyzing and looking at it, taking it, we are developing the positive emotions and the positive words, positive vocabulary. As we say, the subconscious mind takes in what we give the input. If a person say, I want to remove fear, remove fear. What does that mean? And what is it giving your subconscious mind? Instead, you say, I'm courageous, I'm brave. See the tone, see the emotion, see your body, how it reacts. So the positive emotions and positive words, it helps you to create the emotional well-being. And the 7th one is practicing mindfulness. So before that, we know that business, we all see it as a corporate life. And I earlier said, business is made up of human beings. So business has emotions. Business has a vibration. It is all coming from the human being. You decide how your business has to be. And when you decide how your business need to be, you need to focus on your emotional well-being, because it is the emotion that counts how your business is progressing. There was a thought, that's why you created a business. It all starts with a thought. And when the thoughts are created, it is accompanied by an emotion. And when that emotion is there, it comes into the energy of our energy. And finally, the final thing that you see in front of your eyes, that is created. So the thought, the emotion, these two are the important thing that entrepreneurs has to rely. Whose thought? Your thought. Whose emotion? Your emotion. So you become a moving, walking, analyzing human being. So mindfulness, you need to be aware of the very small things that is around you. If sitting here in this place, you are able to analyze what all things are here, not only things, what is going on here around you, even the small and the smallest sound, even the small and the smallest emotion, everything, if you are becoming aware of that, you are getting into that mindfulness. But when you look at a thing, when you look at an emotion, if you look at something, it should be in a neutral way, not to be judgmental. You can describe a thing without being judging it. And when you can describe one thing being non-judgmental, you are purely into that way of mindfulness. Whether it be business, whether it be with your employees, whether it be with your business structure or people or your marketing thing or the customers, anybody. Become aware of the smallest things around you. Then you need to cultivate genuine interest in the field of your personal interest. It is connected to the earlier part which I said, expand your horizons. If you have a personal interest and if you are doing that for somebody else or for the business, this is good. Somebody had told you, yeah, this has to be incorporated in your business so that your business will move on or it will be in the best place. Do you have a genuine interest in it? If you have a genuine interest, definitely your business will succeed. It will move to another level. So what are your personal interests? What are your personal things that you would love to do in the business? What are the things that you would love to implement in the business? Understand that. Go inside you. Try to connect to that self that is original, that is your true self. You need to connect to your inner self and ask questions. Not from the questions that you get from around. Sometimes you will get intuitive questions and intuitive answers. As I said, businessmen are businessmen because they have taken risks. They are ready to take risk. So if your intuitive answer or intuitive thing has to go through that risk, you are ready to take the risk. And the decision which you take at this moment is the right decision for you. And that decision you are ready to take. If you are thinking what will happen if I take this decision today and what will happen tomorrow out of this decision, then you will never move forward. Because what is there in the present moment is only the true thing, is only the real thing. Take risk. You will be ready to take risk only if you connect your inner voice, inner self. So cultivate genuine interest in your personal interest. And the 9th one, dream work. This is an interesting thing. I have done this one personally and I find it very interesting and a beautiful technique. Because we all know that it is in the dreams that we get solutions for most of our problems. So, morning when we get up till night when we sleep, we have many things to go, many things to do, and we have done many things. And I know the people who I mentor, they write the gratitude journal, the forgiveness journal, the gratitude journal, and the love journal. These businessmen, they do it very diligently and they are in for the result also. So before doing that one, they just analyze what is there in this day. What did I do from morning, from the time, for example, for the time I got up at 3:45. What did I do? How was I going through all the things? And one by one, analyzing each and everything. You will need only 15 minutes to cover everything because it is just going. And after analyzing all those things and recollecting what happened today, you will be in that emotional state. It would not be the same state of emotion which you had at 10 o'clock in the morning. So when you look at it at this moment or 10 p.m. at night, the emotion that you had at 10 a.m. would be of hurt. Fine. But the emotion you look at it, when you look at that incident at 10 p.m. at night, it was hurt. At that time it was 60%. Maybe it is now 20%. So you are analyzing what is happening, what happened the whole day. And after analyzing and after recollecting everything, you just leave it. You do your forgiveness, gratitude and love journaling. then you just sleep. And when you get up, you are so fresh, because the backlogs that was in your mind, you have offloaded at 10 p.m. Your sleep would be so wonderful. Your dreams would be connected to what you work, and you will get answers. And when you get up, if you remember your dream, just write down, because that will be a solution for your problems or what you need to do. Just write it down and then go your way, means go to your morning routines. This dream work has worked wonder. And there is an addition thing that I do after writing the forgiveness, gratitude and love journal. Just before going to sleep, I do a special meditation. It is the radical meditation, the R5 meditation. It is the R5 meditation. I meditate from my toe to my top of my head, each and every part. Most probably when I reach my hips or my stomach area, I go to sleep. But the benefit is, when you are doing this meditation and going to sleep, we know that R5 technique is so powerful. So when we are pinpointing on a particular thing, the what I say is the chakra or the thought process or the energy surrounding that area is getting healed. We don't have to remember what is happening. We just have to say this one and just be with it. We will be so relaxed and we go into the deep slumber. These are the things I would recommend for my entrepreneurs, businessmen, whoever is a businessman. I am a businesswoman. Anybody else is a businesswoman. Those who are taking care of the home, the children, they are also into the business. So everything is around us is a business. The only thing is, always we think of business as a financial thing. Business is not really related to finance. It includes people. It includes your employees. It includes emotions. So these are the points I like to share with you. If you have any questions, you can ask. But my presentation is not over before telling these things. If you want to induct emotional wellness into you, into your entrepreneurship, into your business, or the entrepreneurs and businessmen, Redikall had done wonders. These methods I use are 5 statements, then regular affirmations. I have come across many businessmen, they get up in the morning, they just open their book and take an affirmation, and they are with that affirmation the whole day. They definitely do it and they are committed to it. Then they do the lucid readings. They take the Redikall manual and they just read what their eyes have seen. They use the soul's love technique. If they have a sudden emotion coming up, if they don't remember all the R5 statements, some people, they need to understand what is R5, then only they will say. Because businessmen, we know they are pakka logic. So they say soul's love, and there are many questions coming on soul's love also, whether negative things is there anything negative for our soul, and such questions are there, but still they do it and they have amazing results also. They use awakening statements. The one statement they love to use it is, I awaken the real me. I awaken the true me in me. I awaken the happy me. Or they will tell their name also. Then we have the modality of soul metaplay to finding reasons why a particular stuckness happens. And this is very popular with the businessmen in my area, because once they do, they want it for their life. Because that modality is truly changing their lives, their business. They can see the results instantaneously. What intention I give is to find the reasons. At least the diagnosis is correct. When the diagnosis is correct, we have many ways to treat it. And finally, businessmen use our book, Hello, This is Money. They read the money description. What is money telling me today? And be with it. That is an amazing thing. So all these things, all these techniques, I have studied from Redikall. I have studied from Atman. And I am using it. I am giving to people. And more businessmen are using it. And when I would love to share one incident which is always in my mind. When I was taking a workshop, a different kind of workshop, and in the break, like tea break, I saw a message in my WhatsApp. It was a message of a businessman, a famous businessman in Kerala. So he just messaged and put a photo also. The photo was the car, it is total loss. So first thing I was, what happened to that person? But the message was, this happened to my car. It is total loss, but I am here, safe and sound, not even a scratch. And he added, this is the brilliance of the affirmation that I use. And he asked me to look into the book and give me an affirmation why this happened. And at that time, I think I gave him the reason. This is how our businessman is using Redikall, and they use it diligently for their business. I'm so happy for them, and I'm so happy that they are using, and I'm so happy for me also, because I'm also using. I'm also a businesswoman and a healer and a facilitator. So finally, I would say happiness is the cause of success. This is other way around. People are telling success is the cause of happiness. But I would say, if you are happy, you are successful. If you are happy, the people around you are happy, and they help you in becoming you to become successful. Happiness causes success. So thank you very much. I think I am on time. Thank you. Over to you, Sienna.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vijayan. That was simply inspiring. Thank you for sharing your personal insights and experiences. We've all benefited from it. We all are going to look within, connect, and check our perception. These are things I guess all of us will benefit from. Thank you very much again. Gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here with us, for participating, and we are looking forward to seeing you again at 4. We've got these interesting talks from 4 o'clock, and the last one is at 9:15. So be with us. We've got Jigar Panchal talking about Vastu correction tips for emotional wellness. Then Mamta Honavar on wellness for children with learning disability. Dr. Monica Singh with wellness during menarche and menopause. And lastly, like we did last night, just before bedtime, sound healing with Rajkumari Sahari. So thank you all once again, and see you at 4. Any other inputs, Atman, Shazia?
Hello. Thank you so much for this lovely sessions. I guess we're finished for the day, and see you at 4 p.m. Sienna, can you just declare
Yeah.
the next sessions?
I just called them out, and we are welcoming them again at 4, and we are looking forward to hearing our speakers for the evening. I've just mentioned who we are. You want me to repeat that?
No, you've already mentioned. I was a little away for a minute.
I know, that's why I guess that. So I asked it.
No problem. Thank you so much. And Dr. Gigi, we're so grateful. And trust everybody enjoyed. A couple of things I couldn't listen to all that, but fortunately it's getting recorded in YouTube. So I have all the luxuries to listen to the recording once again. And thank you, Dr. Manju Agarwal. And thank you, everybody, for being here. And looking forward to having such more events with you. Thank you, Sienna. And
thank you.
See you at
For those who have missed out on the morning sessions, can get the YouTube link and watch.
Yes. And there is a WhatsApp group. We can put it over here. Shazia just put the WhatsApp group link over here. So if anybody wants to keep getting updates, WhatsApp group is there. You can just join that. Yeah.
So thank you once again, and looking forward to seeing you back at 4.
Yeah. If you haven't joined WhatsApp group, you may join and invite friends and relatives also. Looking forward to see you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.